Development Control Committee meeting today, the 1st of April 2026. Before we begin the formal meeting, could I please just ask that all phones are on silent, in flight or airplane mode, or switched off. The meeting is being live streamed on YouTube. So if any member of the public attending the meeting objects to being filmed, please advise us immediately and we will ensure that they are not included in the filming. Although I stress the public gallery will not feature in the live stream and the public speakers will only be filmed from behind where they are seated and their faces will not be visible. So can I just check if anyone has... Yes, Councillor. Oh, the loop is not, sorry, I didn't catch the first word. Okay, we'll fix that before I go any further, because I'm sure you don't want to miss a word of what I've got to say. Yeah. Yes. Do you want me to start from the beginning again? No. Okay. All right. Thank you very much indeed. So it was a question really, having read the statement about being live streamed, does anyone have any objection? The committee, by the way, don't have a choice. They have to be on film. So, okay, that's good. No one's indicating. That's fine. Thanks very much. Members, it is cue to speak. There is a card on your desk. Rather than me go over the process, please read the card if you need a refresher. Now, today the agenda has two parts, Part A and B. In Part A, we will solely consider the application for a ground-mounted solar voltaic array, and that's on land off Poulter Lane, Horringer, and Part B will not start before 1 o'clock this afternoon. As always, we welcome those attending as registered speakers and likewise those in the public gallery observing the meeting. For those who may not have attended a formal committee meeting before, the process will begin with, the process will operate in respect of each application on the agenda is that it will commence with an officer's detailed presentation, following which those registered to speak will address the committee. And once the registered speakers have concluded, committee members will debate the application and vote on a decision. Only those registered to speak may verbally address the committee, and they may only do so under the public speaking part of the meeting. Now, I do understand there may be strong feelings about a particular application. In this regard, I ask that we treat each other with both politely and respectfully. And finally, there will be a short comfort break after our registered speakers have finished and before the committee debate begins. We like people to be fresh in the committee at the start of the discussion. So thank you. We'll now begin the formal meeting. So Helen, can I have apologies for absence, please?
Chair. Councillor Jim Thorndike.
You're still on.
Sorry.
You're on now.
Chair, Councillor Jim Thorndike has indicated that he will not be able to make Part A of the meeting, but will endeavour to attend for Part B. Obviously, if he does not make it, we will list him as an apology.
Thank you, Helen. So I guess we've got no substitutes to declare because apart from Jim, we're all here.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. So turning our attention to the minutes of the meeting on the 4th of March 2026. Are there any comments or amendments that members would like to see? Could I have a proposer, please? Thank you, Councillor London. And a seconder, please, Councillor Bull. So, the minutes of the meeting held on the 4th of March have been confirmed as a true record by Councillor London. and seconded by Councillor Bull without amendment. Could I see a show of hands in favour, please?
Thank you. Minutes are accepted.
Thank you, Claire. Turning now to agenda item 4, and I always read the declaration for the purpose of making sure everybody understands where we are. Members are reminded of their responsibility to declare any disclosable pecuniary interest, other registerable or non-registerable interest which they have in any item of business on the agenda, and that must be no later than when the item is reached and when appropriate to leave the meeting prior to discussion and voting on the item. Any members wish to declare an interest? Okay, I have an interest. I'm a member of the Bardwell Parochial Church Council, and item 6 is relates to work at St Mary's Church in Bury St Edmunds.
Thank you, Councillor Smith, for declaring that in the interests of openness and transparency. From what you've said, and provided you have an open mind, I don't see that precludes you from taking part in that item.
Thank you, Claire. Right. As per my opening remarks, we now move on to the application for the photovoltaic array land off Poulters Lane in Horringer. And Savannah is our presenting officer, so it's over to you, Savannah.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, members. So this application proposes the construction of a 40 megawatt ground-mounted solar farm with associated infrastructure. This includes inverters, access gates, fencing, internal access tracks and CCTV. Existing access points into the site will be improved, and as part of the application, temporary construction compounds will also be made. The application is before members today following a ward member call-in. As the application is for major development, the scheme of delegation therefore triggers the consideration of the application by the Development Control Committee. Officers are recommending approval of the scheme. Following publication of the report, we have received an additional 19 letters of representation objecting to the scheme, reiterating points that have already been covered within the officer report. This includes loss of agricultural land, impact on ecology, listed buildings, as well as visual impact. Comments also disagree with the judgments made within the officer report. And further representation was also received from Nick Timothy, MP, also objecting to the proposals. The second point is that the report makes reference to the site being a locally valued landscape, but it is noted that SP6, the locally valued landscape policy, is not included within the list of policies. For clarity, that is a relevant policy. It is also noted that condition 19 should read, be removed and replanted with an appropriate species mix to be agreed with the local planning authority. I think there was just a bit of wording at the end there that was missed off. So this is the site location plan. The plan on the right is the submitted location plan and shows the site etched in red. The aerial photo is on the left-hand side and shows the application site more clearly. The blue shows that one of the access points is contained within flood zones 2 and 3, and the pink shows nearby listed buildings, notably Harham House towards the northeast, and we've got Doveton Hall towards the south. Doveton Hall or Doveton Mews also includes a scheduled ancient monument. For further clarity, the site sits across 2 different wards. We've got Horringer, which sits towards the north of the red line, and Wepstead sits below the red line. So both parishes have been consulted on the application and both have provided objections to this scheme, in which full details of that is contained within the officer report. This slide shows the wider constraints of the site. So the application site is marked with the yellow star, and hopefully this gives a better view of the surrounding heritage assets, including the listed buildings, scheduled ancient monuments, as well as Ickworth Park, which is a historic park and garden. And then I've just added another constraints map to show you where the nearest rights of way are to the application site. So we have the right of way through the Ickworth estate, and then we've got one down here by Doveton Hall, and then another one along down here. So there's no immediate public rights of way within the vicinity of the site. For context of the site, the next few slides will be some images and videos of the site. The photos were taken in June and July of last year. I've also included 2 aerial shots so you can see where the images were taken in conjunction with the wider site, and then a more zoomed in one, which will hopefully be a bit clearer. This first image looks towards the northwest of the application site, looking towards the northern boundary, and the A143 is in shot. The next photo is from the northern point of the site, so it looks back towards the A143, and this vegetation that you can see here is this vegetation up here. This image is from the northeast of the site looking south. Hopefully this gives an indication of the site's topography and how the site falls. And then this next image is on the eastern boundary of the site. So these trees in this image are these ones in the aerial shot, and this looks in the general direction of the B1066. This image is in the direction of the most southern point of the application site. So this woodland in the photo is this woodland here. And then again, this is also from the southern point of the site, looking back up towards the north. Again, you can just see the woodland in shot there, which will be this woodland here. This image is taken from the eastern side of the site, looking back towards the northwest. This hedging sort of along here denotes the site boundary. And then again, this is from the eastern part of the site, looking back towards those trees, which are on this aerial shot here. And then those trees that were in the previous image will be behind me in this photo. So this is looking back up towards the north of the site. You can see the roof line of Hareham House just up here, which is the nearest dwelling to the site. And then we've got the hedge line again, which denotes the site boundary. And these fields beyond that will be left as is. This image is from the southwest of the site, looking back up again towards the northeast. Again, you can just see Hareham House in shot. And again, hopefully this image helps to show the site topography. This is from the southeast of the site, looking towards the northwest. So again, hopefully this gives a feel of how the land falls. And then we've got this image looking back up northwards from the southeast. Again, these trees are in sight, which are these ones on the aerial photo. I've got a couple of site videos as well to hopefully help with the context. So this first video faces the south of the site from the eastern boundary. It pans clockwise, giving views of the western boundary in the far distance, then back towards the north. Again, you can really see how the site falls. The next video is along the northwest boundary of the site. Again, you can see the A143 in shot. It then pans eastwards, giving a little overview of the site. And then this video is the other way. So the A143 is on the right-hand side, looking southwards. We're then panning anti-clockwise over the field and then back up towards the north of the site. And then this site video is based on the eastern boundary of the site. It starts looking towards the B1066 and pans anti-clockwise towards the north. You can also see Hareham House in shot and how the site is denoted by the vegetation. So this is the submitted site layout plan. It shows the location of the solar panels as well as the other infrastructure. So I've annotated this plan to hopefully clearly show where elements of the scheme are located. So for example, we've got inverters, which there are 10 of these placed around the site. We've also got the permissive footpath, which goes around the whole boundary of the site. We've also got the internal track roads, which are in this sort of darker orange colour. And then we've got the access points from the A143 and then the access point from the B1066. And then along with this inverter, we've also got a customer substation. So this slide shows the submitted elevations. So the panel arrays will be 3 metres in height and angled at 29 degrees southwards facing. I note the report stated that these would be placed 8 metres apart. However, the 8 metres distance is this line down here. And then there is 4 metres between the panels themselves. This is an elevation of the customer substation. It's a fairly modest building with a maximum height of 3 metres. And then we've got the inverters as well. So there'll be 10 of these around the site. Again, they're typically just under 3 metres in height. This plan shows the fencing proposed. So this will be around the site boundary for security purposes. It will be a maximum height of 2.1 metres and incorporates deer-proof mesh. And every 150 metres, there'll be mammal gates to ensure that there's still that ecology movement throughout the site. These are the gates that are proposed. So again, these will be 2 metres in height, and these will be proposed at the access points of the A143 and the B1066. The scheme also includes CCTV, again for security purposes, and this plan shows that there will be 32 of these stationed around the site. The purple shows the displays that the cameras will be looking in. And then we've also got elevations of these. The posts are approximately 3.5 metres in height above ground level and incorporate infrared lighting. As mentioned at the start of the presentation, the scheme includes 2 temporary construction compounds. So logically, these will be provided at the 2 access points of the B1066 and the A143. So just in a bit more detail, this is the compound of the A143. We've got the welfare cabins, we've got the staff offices, staff parking, storage cabin, and then just a general set-down area. And then again, we've got the same thing at the B1066. We have got conditions that require both access points to be improved before any other part of the development commences, and to ensure that the construction compounds are laid out and completed in accordance with these layouts. This is the elevation for the staff offices, again, generally quite modest in scale and under 3 metres in height. And then we've got the welfare cabins and the storage cabins. So this slide shows the indicative cable route once connected. So this is the application site, and the point of connection is at Raingate Street in Bury St Edmunds. It will come out and go along the B1066 and join the A143, and that connection point is approximately 4 miles away from the site. Moving on to the structure of the presentation. So these are the topics I'm going to be covering, and of course they have been discussed in the report, but I will essentially be taking these points in turn. So starting with the principle of the development, I've highlighted the key policy considerations on this slide. The application proposes a 40 megawatt solar farm on an existing agricultural field. There is support of this type of proposal from local plan policy LP6, as well as the MPPF, in particular paragraphs 161 and 168, requiring local planning authorities to give significant weight to the benefits associated with renewable and low carbon energy generation and the contribution the proposal has to a net zero future. National policy statements have also been released to make it easier to understand how applications for energy infrastructure will be assessed and the way in which impacts and mitigations will be judged. EN1 relates to the overarching national policy statement for energy, and then more specifically, EN3 relates to renewable energy infrastructure. So, of course, there are factors that weigh in favour and also against the development, which I'll go through shortly. And at the end of the presentation, there will be a planning balance. So the first topic is landscape impacts. So the site forms part of Horinger Farmlands landscape character, which is landscape character area B3. The majority of the area is classified by undulating estate farmlands landscape type, which are dissected by smaller watercourses, including the River Linnet. National Policy Statement EN1 acknowledges that the nature of much energy infrastructure development will often limit the extent to which it can contribute to the enhancement of the quality of an area. The site is within a locally valued landscape and has been identified within the West Suffolk Landscape Character Assessment. At a local level, SP7 focuses on landscape and requires development to be sympathetic to the character of the landscape as described within the Landscape Character Assessment. Whilst negative effects must be avoided, and where this is not possible, the effects must be minimised through design and mitigation measures. Additionally, LP6 requires development to be supported by a proportionate landscape and visual impact assessment. This map is from the GIS mapping system. So the application site is where the star is, and then this just gives an overview of the locally valued landscape designation and the area that that covers. So in terms of landscaping, I've cut the proposed landscaping plan into 3 slides, so hopefully it's a little bit more legible. So for such a large site, views from the site to nearby roads are limited to glimpses of traffic along Powters Lane and Pages Hill Road to the southeast. Views to surrounding dwelling are largely limited to isolated properties along Pages Hill Road and a property to the north of the site access from Powters Lane. This is the middle section of the site. So the permissive footpath is this dashed line here, which goes all around the site. And landscaping has been proposed to reinstate historic field boundaries. And then this is the bottom half of the landscape plan. So again, you can see the permissive path and that this links down to Chedborough Road. So the submitted landscape and visual impact assessment includes 26 viewpoints to the site from a range of receptor point locations, which is considered to be in line with the best practice guidance and has been undertaken in winter months where leaf cover is at its lowest, therefore providing a worst case scenario viewpoint analysis. This also covers some viewpoints from Wepstead. For reference, and for those who attended the site visit on Monday, the bus stopped at viewpoint 12, which is up here, viewpoint 13, which was the lay-by, viewpoint 20, which is on the southern boundary, and viewpoint 16 and 17 as well, which are at the B10 66 access, and 17 is up here, the entrance to Hareham House. We also drove along Wesley Road towards Little Saxham at the request of a neighbour, so members could see how potential landscape could appear once established on this site. Visualisations have been provided by the applicant, which show the development site now, after year 1 and after year 15 from the most sensitive receptor points. So this one is from viewpoint 12, which is at the northwest of the application site in its current form. This is the viewpoint after year 1 prior to any landscaping being established. And then this is year 15 once the landscaping has been established. So they're all from viewpoint 12. This is from viewpoint 17. This is at the access drive to Harham House, and this is now. This is year 1, so you can see the panels up here. And then this is year 15 once the landscaping has been established. This is viewpoint 20, so this is towards the south of the site, and this is one of the places where we stopped on Monday. So this is viewpoint 20 from Chedborough Road, and this is the view now. This is the view after year 1. And then year 15 once the landscaping has been established. We've also got viewpoint 25, which is down here. So this is along the B1066. This is the current situation. This is year 1, so the panels are up here. And then this is year 15, once the landscaping has been established. So Place Services, as landscape consultants, have visited the site. They have reviewed supporting documents and attended a subsequent meeting with the applicant team where feedback was provided and then incorporated into amended plans. They concur with the judgment made in the LVIA. Furthermore, and having reviewed all the information, Place Services as landscape consultants consider that the proposals will impact on key characteristics and legibility of the locally valued landscape and landscape character area will have a negative impact upon these features. Mitigation measures have been included within the LVIA, and a comprehensive list of conditions have been recommended to help alleviate this harm by providing additional landscaping at sensitive receptors. So in terms of landscape impact, this slide provides a summary on those points. So the site is considered to be of high landscape value. It has been accompanied by a landscape and visual impact assessment LVIA as required under policy LP6. The proposal will impact key characteristics of the landscape, but sufficient mitigation measures have been provided within the LVIA. It seeks to respond to the key characteristics and significance of the area. Enhancements within the proposals include additional landscape planting and access through the site via a permissive footpath. Conflict can be identified with policy SP7, noting the impact upon the wider landscape, which cannot be fully mitigated, and also noting that the scheme is for a period of 40 years. So this is a matter that weighs against the scheme, proving contrary to SP7. The next material planning consideration relates to the impact on nearby heritage assets. So this map shows the closest heritage assets to the site. So we've got Harham House, which is grade 2 listed. We've got Doveton Hall and its scheduled ancient monument. And we also have Ickworth Park and its registered park and garden, all of which have been assessed by relevant consultees such as Historic England and the Council's Conservation Officer. In relation to Ickworth, the proposed development would be well screened in views from within the registered park and garden, but there remains potential for it to adversely affect the way in which Ickworth is appreciated, resulting in harm to its significance. Overall, the development is considered to impact the wider setting of assets, but not their immediate settings, and harm is considered to be at the lower end of the less than substantial harm individually, but collectively, given the number of heritage assets nearby the site, moderate harm is considered to arise. Essentially, the proposal would negatively affect heritage assets, but not to the extent that its significance is destroyed or severely compromised. So again, a summary on this matter. Paragraph 88 of the officer report covers an individual assessment of the nearby heritage assets. Development is considered to impact the wider setting of heritage assets, but not their immediate setting. Conflict has been identified with policies LP35 listed buildings and LP38 development affecting historic parks and gardens. That's due to the utilitarian appearance of the development. Consultees have also confirmed that this harm will be at the lower end of the less than substantial harm scale. So when applying the tests of the NPPF, great weight is given to the conservation of heritage assets, but significant weight is also given to the benefits of renewable energy generation and climate mitigation. So in this case, the public benefits of this scheme are considered to outweigh that harm identified. In relation to highways, the application has been accompanied by a travel assessment, which includes the route of construction traffic. So when leaving the A14 at junction 44, vehicles will travel on A roads towards the site and enter via either of the two accesses. So this is the access point of the A143. The access point will be improved to ensure traffic does not need to stop on the highway when entering or exiting the site. And the same applies for the access at the B1066, so that will also be improved. So the transport assessment estimates that during the construction phase, lift sharing and the use of sustainable transport modes means the site will generate 54 two-way trips. To ensure robustness, if these estimates are exceeded, the travel assessment has also assessed the impact of 80 two-way trips. It is inevitable that there will be disturbance to the highway network, but this is only expected to be during the construction and decommissioning phase. Visits to the site once the construction phase has been completed will relate to maintenance of the site, and the upgraded access points will be used. So in terms of the highway summary, both accesses will be improved. A road safety analysis has been carried out. The travel assessment has assessed the worst case scenario. We've got adequate parking contained within the temporary compounds during the 12-month construction period. We also have no objections raised by the Highways Authority. And it is acknowledged that disturbance to the highway network will take place, but as I said before, only during the construction and decommissioning phases. Other visits are more infrequent thereafter, to do with maintenance of the site. So on that basis, officers are content that the impact on the highway network is acceptable, and we have got conditions recommended to ensure the access points are improved, and we've got some other conditions as well as the submission of a construction management plan. Moving on to archaeology, this slide shows the area that was surveyed as part of the geophysical survey. So the site is in an area for archaeological potential, situated in a topographically favourable location for archaeological activity overlooking the River Lark. The applicant has submitted a geophysical survey in September 2025 following the request from the Archaeological Service at Suffolk County Council. To de-risk the site, the Archaeological Service advised that the developer undertake a targeted trenched archaeological evaluation that will ground truth the geophysical survey results by targeting the areas of potential archaeology identified in the geophysical survey. They have included as part of their consultation response that should the applicant wish to proceed without predetermination trenched archaeological evaluation, there are risks highlighted with this in their response. It would effectively leave the solar development exposed to significant risks, including the discovery of unexpected archaeological features. The Archaeological Service further advised that should the applicant accept these risks and wish to proceed without predetermination trenched evaluations, then pre-commencement conditions can be recommended. Again, to summarise those points, the site has never been subject to any archaeological investigation, which means there is a high potential for previously unidentified remains, and the proposal would involve ground disturbance. The geophysical survey has been submitted at the request of the Archaeological Service, and the Archaeological Service are content with this and have identified the risks with proceeding without predetermination trenched archaeological evaluation. The applicant has confirmed that they are content with the risks associated with this, and therefore the Archaeological Service are satisfied that satisfactory information has been provided in this regard, and as I mentioned, have provided conditions. A further consideration, and as raised in many consultation responses from third parties, relates to the loss of agricultural land. In this case, 96.1% of the land is grade 3A agricultural land and 3.9% of the site is non-agricultural land, as confirmed within the agricultural land classification report submitted with the application. The biggest concern with this relates to food security, and as such, the UK Food Security Report states that the biggest medium to long-term risk to the UK's domestic food production comes from climate change and other environmental pressures like soil degradation, water quality and biodiversity. Agricultural land degradation undermines global food security. Healthy soils are essential for long-term sustainable agricultural productivity, food and nutrition security. The proposed solar farm will contribute to the mitigation of climate change and is considered to give intensively farmed land the opportunity to recover and carbon to be stored over the operational life of the project. Natural England's agricultural land classification map for the eastern region shows that the majority of the district towards the south of Bury St Edmunds is classified as grade 2 or 3, and noting that this type of development is based around locational factors such as grid connection points, completely avoiding the best and most versatile agricultural land would be challenging. So to summarise on that aspect, where agricultural land is involved, the NPPF says that the use of poorer quality land is preferred, but the development of solar on the best and most versatile land is not prohibited. The application has been accompanied by an agricultural land classification report, and the development is time limited to a period of 40 years. Soil disruption is considered to be minimal, and this usually relates to the access tracks and the infrastructure placements. An agricultural use can still commence on the site by way of grazing. The proposed loss of the best and most versatile land would be time limited and reversible, and neither the NPPF nor the local plan policy prevent the use of the best and most versatile land, but requires that the benefits justify the loss. Whilst it is a significant period of time, it's not considered to be permanent, and that is a conclusion that's been reached in many recent appeal decisions, but of course that carries weight against the scheme. In relation to ecology and trees, the LPA must be content that suitable measures have been taken to reduce the disturbance, to maintain the population identified on site and provide enhancements to benefit species. It is expected that a significant net gain in biodiversity would be achieved and an opportunity to address the ecological emergency, which is widely acknowledged nationally and declared alongside the climate emergency by West Suffolk Council, which weighs in favour of the proposed development. Mitigation measures identified within the ecological impact assessment can be conditioned to conserve and enhance protected species, particularly those that are recorded in the locality. The submitted information confirms that no trees are to be removed as a result of the development and that adequate tree protection measures are in place during construction. Place Services as tree consultants have raised no objections, and the Forestry Commission have provided standing advice in this regard. As shown in this table, the development goes above and beyond the mandatory 10% net gain in biodiversity. So there's a 75.5% increase in habitat units, an 189.44% increase in hedgerow units, and a 167.11% increase in watercourse units. So that goes above and beyond the mandatory 10% requirement. So to summarise that aspect, the submitted information provides compensation for the loss of any nesting habitat. 44 skylark plots will be created, and a condition has been recommended to secure that. Mitigation measures as identified within the ecological reports can be conditioned to conserve and enhance protected species. The scheme goes above and beyond the mandatory 10% BNG requirement, which means the scheme is in line with SP8, which is the biodiversity net gain condition, and LP13, the protected species policy. No objections have been raised by the ecologist, and no trees are to be removed as a result of the development, and we've got adequate protection measures in place. The 15-metre buffer has been afforded to trees as recommended by the Forestry Commission. And again, conditions have also been placed to secure those mitigations identified within the tree surveys and the protection of trees. As mentioned at the start of the presentation, the access point from the B1066 is contained within flood zone 2 and 3. The lead local flood authority and environment agency have raised no objections to the scheme, further noting that the built development is outside of the flood zone and alternative access is available from the A143. In the event that the B1066 access floods, the Highways Authority are satisfied with all traffic entering and exiting via the A143. In relation to residential amenity, these are some of the nearest residential dwellings to the application site. Some dwellings such as Harham House and Harham Hill House, which lie close to the site boundary, would experience a change in some viewpoints when looking towards the site. Some of these impacts would be mitigated to an extent by the distances to the nearest solar panels, given the generous boundary setbacks, in particular towards the dwellings at the north, east and south, and intervening landscape, as well as the undulating landscape. The development will ultimately change the views from overlooking residents, particularly Harham House and Harham Hill House, but the right to a view does not form a material planning consideration. In relation to glint and glare from the solar panels themselves, the planning statement submitted with the application details that there are several mitigating factors that significantly reduce the potential for reflective impacts on surrounding environment and sensitive receptors. Modern solar panels are specifically engineered to absorb rather than reflect sunlight, optimizing energy conversion efficiency. The proposed panels feature anti-reflective coatings and textured surfaces which significantly reduce the likelihood of glare. The panels would be mounted on fixed steel frames and will not include a tracking system to follow the sun, as is the case with some other solar developments. So in that regard, we've also received a noise impact assessment, as well as consideration to glint and glare. There will be a change in view from residential dwellings, but the right to a view is not a material planning consideration. Distances from dwellings and the development are included at paragraph 55 of the report. CCTV is inward facing to reduce any obtrusiveness towards distant dwellings. The environmental health team raised no objections to the scheme, subject to conditions as set out within the report. There may be some conflict with SP4 and LP9 in terms of noise, but this will inevitably have more impact during the construction phase, which would be for 12 months. So on that basis, the LPA considered that the scheme wouldn't significantly harm the amenity of nearby residents by virtue of noise or glint and glare from the panels. In relation to representations, so as I said at the start of the presentation, the scheme crosses Horringer and the parish of Wepstead. So both parish councils have been consulted on the application and both have objected to the scheme. Ward member wise, Councillor Pugh wanted to ensure that the application has full scrutiny due to this being a large infrastructure project, and Councillor Soons has objected to the application on the grounds it would impact the beauty of the countryside and the distraction it would cause to passing motorists. Horsted and Brockley Parish Council have requested that whilst the site is outside of their areas, that their objections are noted with the application. Nick Timothy MP has also objected to the proposal due to the unsuitable location in terms of visual impact and ecology, and 133 representations were received during the consultation process. we've received a mix of objections and support. The summarised points of those can be seen at paragraph 9 of the report and have been addressed at relevant sections within the officer report. So weighing up the harm and the benefits of the scheme, the proposal seeks to construct a large-scale solar farm providing electricity to around 12,000 homes and is in line with the government's incentive to achieve net zero as well as the principle of LP6. There have been a large number of public objections, and there are also a number of harms that would arise as a result of the development, which again have been set out within the report. There are also a number of benefits associated with the scheme. So in this case, the harm relates to the adverse impact on landscape character and appearance, particularly in terms of the valued landscape, is significant and cannot be fully mitigated. So significant weight, this holds significant weight against the scheme, and conflict with SP6 and SP7 is noted. 96.1% of the application site is subgrade 3A, and the medium-term loss of the grade 3A agricultural land must weigh against the proposal, but taking into account the reversibility of the proposal, weight to be attached to the loss of agricultural land in this case is low. The harm arising upon heritage assets is at the lower end of the less than substantial scale, but collectively, given the number of assets, it is given moderate weight against the proposal, and conflict can be identified with policies LP35 and LP38. A degree of impact to residential amenity, particularly during the construction period and decommissioning phase, with the establishment of planting, must also weigh marginally against the proposal and identifies conflict with policies LP9 and SP4 in this regard. But given the temporary nature, the time-limited nature of the development, the weight against the proposal in that regard is minimal. And the benefits of the scheme, so it's got a capacity of 40 megawatts to provide electricity to 12,000 homes annually, and the proposal would make a cumulative contribution to meeting the targets set out in the Climate Change Act 2008, in which significant weight can be attached to that benefit. The principle of farm diversification is supported in local and national policy, and opportunities exist to continue a degree of agricultural use, such as grazing within the site. This moderate economic benefit for the agricultural holding carries minimal weight in favour of the development. Again, we've also got economic benefits in relation to construction and decommissioning phases, in which moderate weight can be attached. And the last benefit is that the proposal demonstrates that it goes above and beyond the mandatory 10% BNG requirement, in which significant weight can be attached to that. Conditions have also been added to ensure the decommissioning of the panels. So I think it's condition 19 requires a site-wide restoration and decommissioning plan to be submitted prior to the first use of the development. Having weighed up the benefits and harms, the collective benefits are considered to outweigh the harms in this case, and as such, the application is recommended for approval, subject to the conditions as set out within the officer report, as well as the signing of a Section 106 to secure the monitoring of BNG for a period of 30 years, which is currently progressing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed, Savannah, an extensive presentation. So we move now to public speaking. And I'd just like, for the benefit of the committee, just to run through who is going to address us. So, objectors, I've got Jeff Pine, Tim Smith, and Anthony Silver is a written statement, which Helen will read out when we get to Anthony's time. Supporter, we've got Kelly Dibbard. Welcome.
As an objector to speak, and you have not read out my name.
Yeah, I haven't got to you yet.
Oh, right, okay.
That's okay. Yes, you don't want to confuse the chairman. It's easily done. So I'm going to guess now, because you're Wepstead Parish Council, that you're Thelma Quince. Welcome. Then ward member Sarah, but you have also agreed with Karen to speak on her behalf as well. Okay, that's fine. Then in terms of the applicant, we've got Daniel Elvin and Nathan Maddox. When we get to you, clearly we want you to sit forward. So I'll obviously ask the current people who are sat to move back. So Jeff, we'll start with you. You have got 2 minutes and 25 seconds, sir.
Thank you. With great respect to the hard-working officers, I do need to address a preliminary matter. It is deeply concerning that the officer report states that there are only limited views of the site from that it can only be seen partially from Poulters Lane and Pages Hill Road. This is wholly inaccurate and misleading, as I'm sure you noted from the site visit, particularly with respect to the B1066 and Chedborough Road. We would therefore like to request that these inaccuracies are formally retracted by the council. We would also like to note for the record, the site did not cover Wepstead Village. Therefore, it has missed a most significant impact point and thus will reduce the members' understanding of the local people's concerns. The high hedges are not mitigation. They will completely remove the views, of all of the views, solar or not, as it creates a huge, solid visual barrier, which you saw on your site visit. We would like this to be recorded and formally as inaccurate in the application. If not, and this application is approved today, we are concerned that it will not be a fair and legal decision. It is also worth noting that there are some 2,500 journeys along the B1066 each day, many, many more on the A143. Every journey views this landscape as they travel to and from Bury along these roads. The idyllic landscape is absolutely without an iota of a doubt contributing to people's well-being and mental health on a daily basis. It will lose this if the site becomes an industrial facility with solar panels, CCTV, inverters and security fencing. The fact that this proposal affects thousands of people every day favours rejection of the proposal. It's also worth reminding members, as we saw here, that all 4 effective parish councillors object, and the mix of responses of 133 was actually 130 against, 3 for. Some further points, if we may. 40 years is not temporary. It covers generations of local children being robbed of the opportunity to share what we have. The developer lives in Spain and only chose this site because the landowner was, quote, amenable. The proposal, if approved, could lead to a cumulative effect of more large-scale solar sites being approved as precedent. The heritage impacts are huge, such as Harram House, who will suffer from significant loss of tranquility, rural character, and a diminished sense of space and a sense of being encroached by industrial development.
Jeff, I'm ever so sorry, but you've reached the limits of your time allowed. Can you finish in one sentence?
I can.
Just one sentence?
I can.
Thank you.
The street survey demonstrated negligible support amongst Bury St Edmunds, and if the hedgerows are not removed at the end of 40 years, the loss of the view will be forever.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
So we now move on to Tim. You've got the same length of time, Tim, 2 minutes and 25 seconds.
Good morning. The crux of this proposal is about how much we value renewable energy versus beautiful landscape. We would argue that both are achievable and that no soul searching is required by members today. The only outcome of refusing this application is that developers will be asked to get better at choosing more appropriate site submissions. It's perfectly reasonable for the council to say some sites are okay and some are not, and the council's own policies allow for that. The council's own policy, therefore, favours the rejection of this proposal. With regard to children, this will directly affect those who are neurodivergent in the area, notably the Willows and their business, which educates special needs children who may become distressed by the increased noise and disruption. And indeed my family, with an autistic daughter who is showing increased anxiety about the possible change. This would be an awful legacy for the Planning Council and its members. Legacy and those with mental health needs, therefore, favours rejection of the proposal. If you were to write down here today what would make a good site for building a solar farm, would this site even come close? No, it doesn't. Therefore, it's a valid question to ask, what is the point of having a council-defined, locally valued landscape if we then allow huge industrial structures to be placed smack bang in the middle of them? Common sense, therefore, favours rejection of the proposal. We would like to sum up by reiterating we're not against solar in principle. Indeed, many of the objectors, including Jeff here, have solar on their properties. This is not about solar in principle. We are in favour of a balanced renewable energy supply in the right places. It's about democracy. It's about legacy. It's about massive daily mental health considerations because of the negative impact on residential amenity, which has been described. This is about common sense and following the council's own policy. This is about sharing the beautiful environments we have now and with future generations. It's about finding the right places, not just any places, for required infrastructure. It's about safeguarding the mental health of those with special needs in the vicinity. Refuse it, and the only impact is that the developer will be required to find a better site that fits within your own planning guidelines. The council's own policies would fully support a refusal. It's simply a matter of choice and judgment. We thank you for allowing us to voice our concerns and taking the time to listen to the affected local population, and hope we've managed to express the level to which this business proposal is desperately unwanted by those which this committee and its members represent. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Tim. So Helen will now read out a statement from Anthony Silver.
I support renewable energy in principle. However, this is not an appropriate site for a development of this scale. This is not a modest rural scheme, but a large, fenced, semi-industrial installation that would fundamentally alter the character of open agricultural land and harm the setting of Horringer and the wider West Suffolk landscape. Although described as temporary, such developments typically last decades and represent a long-term change in land use. There are also questions over its effectiveness. Solar generation in the UK is inherently seasonal, producing most energy when demand is lowest. Without meaningful on-site storage or clear local integration, the scheme does little to address energy need or grid resilience. The proposal would increase traffic on unsuitable rural roads and remove agricultural land from productive use for many years. There is no clear evidence that lower impact alternatives such as brownfield or rooftop sites have been fully considered. Crucially, approval would set a precedent that weakens local decision-making. Once developments of this scale are accepted in open countryside, it becomes increasingly difficult for local planners to resist similar applications, leading to incremental change that cumulatively erodes the rural character the planning system is intended to protect. Taken together, this places a lasting burden on the landscape for limited and intermittent benefit. Renewable energy must be delivered in the right place and in the right way. This proposal fails to achieve that balance. I respectfully request that the application be refused.
Thank you very much indeed, Helen. Tim, could you just turn your mic off? That's okay. In case there's anything derogatory about the committee, that was just a concern that might get broadcast. Okay, we now move on to supporters, and we've got Kelly Dibbett, and you are representing the organisation Community Energy Pathways. Over to you. You've got 6 minutes.
Thank you. Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to address you today. My name is Kelly Dibbett. I represent Community Energy Pathways, known as CEP, a national not-for-profit organisation working across Suffolk to help communities take an active role in the
Kelly, can I just interrupt? Can you hear that? Can you get closer to the microphone, please?
It's not flashing green. Yeah.
No. You just wanted it closer to you.
Physically
move the microphone towards you.
Yep.
That's it.
How's that? Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much indeed.
All right. CEP was formed in 2013 to mentor and support community energy groups to scale their projects. We work directly with community energy groups on the ground, helping them form, grow and become financially stable. That means offering hands-on training so that organisations have the skills they need to run community-owned renewable energy and energy advice projects properly, from governance and financial modelling through to running a share offer. It also means connecting groups into a wider network of shared ownership organisations across the country so that no group has to start from scratch or work in isolation. We have worked with over 50 groups to date. 8 of them are based here in Suffolk, with 40 councils, helped the groups employ 76 people, given over 21,000 people energy advice, and 206 amazing volunteers are involved. There are over 600 community energy companies or groups in the UK with over 400 megawatts of renewable energy projects. We are here because we believe West Suffolk has a great opportunity and we wanted to make sure it is not missed. We have been working with Quintas for well over a year now to ensure that this project and others can deliver truly meaningful community engagement. The 2 key elements we have been working on together have been the principle of shared ownership and the Community Benefit Fund. Shared ownership is not a new idea, but it is an idea whose time has come in England. When a community has a financial stake in a renewable energy project on its doorstep, something important shifts. Residents are no longer passive bystanders to infrastructure built around them, they become co-owners. They receive financial returns, they have agency, and the wealth generated by their local landscape stays local for decades. The income to a community energy group will help shape further energy advice in renewable energy projects, replacing the feed-in tariff. SEP, the Energy Systems Catapult, and the law firm Bird & Bird, commissioned by Great British Energy, have been working on legal templates ready to be used by groups. The applicant has participated in this project and intends to facilitate community ownership where possible as part of its projects. Shared ownership is a key priority within the Local Power Plan 2026. This is not fringe thinking, it is national policy direction backed up by £1 billion of government funding specifically designed to capitalise these kind of schemes. The applicant intends to continue working with SEP to facilitate a shared ownership model that would allow your local communities to own up to 10% of the project. And there is a local community energy group that would be interested in being involved if the project gets the green light. SEP supports shared ownership because it works from communities, for developers and for the broader energy transition. And River Linnet is precisely the kind of project that can demonstrate that. The project will deliver a significant community benefit fund. This is a commitment from the developer to provide annual payments to the local community for the lifetime of the project. For River Linnet, that is approximately £18,000 per year, over £700,000 across a 40-year lifetime, index-linked and independently managed. These funds can support local projects, home insulation and energy efficient schemes, solar panels on community buildings, biodiversity projects and fuel poverty reduction. These are not top-down grants handed down, they are community-controlled resources governed by local people, spent according to local priorities. The Community Benefit Fund is not a consolation prize, it is a meaningful, lasting investment in the places that host this infrastructure. The SEP team stands by, ready with our training network and expertise to support this community through every step of that journey. The project is expected to generate over £2 million in business rates, roughly £52,000 per year for West Suffolk Council. Over £23 million in corporation tax will support national services. It will also create jobs during a 12-month construction phase and long-term roles in site security, maintenance, monitoring and administration. Importantly, the project is fully reversible, with land reinstated at the end of its operational life. The UK's dependence on imported fossil fuels has left thousands of households' businesses vulnerable to price spikes. Domestic, locally generated renewable energy is a strategic necessity. Every unit from River Linnet is a unit we don't import. That is energy security made real at the local level. West Suffolk's Climate Action Plan prioritises increasing local renewable generation. The local plan's policy LP7 actively supports proposals of this kind. Approving River Linnet is not a departure from policy, it is delivery of it. Many rural households in West Suffolk are off the gas grid. They are spending too much on their income keeping warm. River Linnet's Community Benefit Fund can directly address this, funding insulation and energy efficiency improvements for those who need it most. That is tangible, lasting improvement for our neighbours. The shared ownership model goes further. When local people invest and own a share, they receive a financial return while staying in West Suffolk, not flowing to distant shareholders. The local plan's strategic policy SP1 links planning decisions to community wellbeing. Cutting carbon. West Suffolk Council declared a climate emergency in 2019 and committed to net zero by 2030. Total CO2 emissions stand at nearly 1 million tonnes per year, roughly 6 tonnes per person. The local plans policy SP1 requiring planning decisions to support net zero and LP7 provide the framework for projects like this. The Climate Action Plan also highlights the Decarbonisation Initiatives Fund and the Council's own solar investments, showing West Suffolk is taking action. Community energy projects
Kelly,
extend that work. Yeah.
Your 6 minutes has gone.
Okay.
Can you finish literally in one sentence?
Certainly. Your approval of this proposal could help the shared ownership project to progress, potentially giving local people an opportunity to acquire a stake in the project and have some input into how the Community Benefit Fund is used.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Right, Thelma, we've reached you. You've got 3 minutes.
3 public meetings about this development were held in Wepstead, 2 with the presence of the developer. Wepstead villagers are not opposed, this is a summary of those meetings. Wepstead villagers are not opposed to solar per se, they are opposed to a solar farm on this particular set of fields. These fields are within what this authority previously defined as a special and locally valued landscape. This authority's previous local plan of 2024 stated that such areas have limited capacity to absorb any change having a significant effect on or detraction from their character or condition. The proposed solar farm would do both, so contradicting this authority's previous decisions. No alternative sites were specifically outlined by the developer with their assessments. The development, even according to Place Services, would have an extremely negative visual impact. The developer's plans to mitigate this are questionable. Hedging takes time to grow. You've seen, what's 1 year and 15 years. And the topography may render this ineffective, given the height of the panels and the fencing. After heavy rain, the B1066 at Harenbottom is frequently flooded. Currently, surface water from the land included in the proposed site drains towards the river. It's likely that infiltration, the ability of the land to actually absorb surface water, is poor. The proposed solar farm would cover much of the land with the panels with hard surfaces. This, together with a topography and the orientation of these panels, will result in a more rapid runoff. This is an important factor in generating flooding. This will significantly exacerbate the risk of flooding at Harenbottom and along the 1066. Questions were raised as to the long-term involvement and viability of the developer with respect to decommissioning in 40 years' time, and more importantly and immediately, with respect to the extent to which required maintenance and undertakings, such as the Community Benefit Fund, are contractually enforceable, and by whom should the development actually be sold on. The movement of a large number of deer in the area may also be affected, so increasing the risk of serious road traffic accidents. Acoustic bat surveys conducted in the vicinity of the proposed development identified 3 of the UK's rarest species. Concerns were also expressed about the huge disruption to traffic along the B1066.
Thelma, are you almost there?
I am, yes.
Oh, right.
The B1066, the A143 and through Bury St Edmunds, likely to be caused by what is a very long connection to the grid.
Thank you very much indeed. Right, Sarah, on behalf of yourself and Karen, you've got 6 minutes.
Right. Oh, thank you very much. So I'm grateful to Councillor Karen Soons, the ward member for Horringer, who is herself unable to attend today's meeting, but who has consented to me being allowed to use her 3 minutes in addition to my own. This application was first listed under Wepstead, but was subsequently reassigned to Horringer. Councillor Soons has asked me to stress that she is opposed to this application, as is the parish council in Horringer. They both consider it wholly inappropriate site for such an infrastructure project. The landowner is himself a member of the Wepstead Parish Council, and he has been asked to explore other, less visible locations by the parish council, but the company leading on the project have only put forward this one location. There have been many comments made on the portal, and I do not intend to repeat them here, because I know you will have looked at them yourselves. As a ward member, my role is to enable my residents to access the council, whichever service they require, to help mediate when there are problems and support parishes in their work. I am sure the members of Development Control take a similar approach. I do not live in Wepstead. I will not be affected by the outcome of today's meeting. That does not stop me from holding my own personal opinion on the merits of such projects, and I'm well known for my opposition to ground-mounted solar. The council is, I know, facing an unprecedented level of applications for solar farms of this size. So are many councils. This increase in activity derives from a current government policy of offering financial incentives for such schemes without taking into account the true viability of the proposals. It is quite amazing that we have the technology to harness the sun's powers in the way that we do, but this scheme seeks to install a system that will be out of date if it isn't already, and certainly it will be by the time it finally connects to the national grid. Technology moves at a pace. The UK lags behind France and Germany and Japan in such solar captive projects, and they are already connecting to their national grid equivalent. I've previously raised with Savannah concerns about rainwater runoff, adding to an existing flooding issue in this area. It is possible to capture rainwater and divert it into a storage facility, which could then be used by the landowner for watering crops or other agricultural need. We live in a water-poor area already, and we can ill afford to waste anything. If we didn't, Anglian Water would not be laying such massive water transfer pipelines across our area to help manage the increased demand in this area of drought. With the massive increase in housing building targets for our area coming through the local plan process, this committee must take these issues into account at every opportunity. Sadly, Savannah informs me that it is not current planning policy to insist on water capture schemes in conjunction with such solar farm projects. There is much that is out of control of our planners, and that is where I feel we, the elected councillors, should be doing more to push back and ask for the correct tools for the job. A council should not consider any scheme if the national grid infrastructure is not available. You want to build, harvest the energy, connect and move on. You can build and harvest, but you can't currently connect. So what happens to the energy? When will such schemes be able to connect and bring the benefit they claim to offer? If this scheme is approved, none of the councillors present today taking this decision will be in post come the day they start to drill the channel from Wepstead to finally join up with the National Grid battery storage facility behind the BP garage in Bury St Edmunds, currently 4.3 miles, I believe Savannah said. If permission is given today, when they actually start to build this scheme, the technology will have moved on massively, and the applicant will be disadvantaged by the outdatedness of the equipment at that point. It's supposed to bring a benefit to the community over its 40-year lifespan, but it does require yet more change to government policy. This is, after all, a farm diversification project, but the truth is the national grid infrastructure may not have been updated by the time the planning permission for this project expires, because that is a scale of project that no government seems willing to tackle. This council should make the case for urgent changes to planning policy rather than simply roll over and do nothing. Changes in planning policies will be needed to enable the residents of Wepstead and other such areas to actually access the energy and winter improvements to their insulation and everything, because they're usually listed ancient wattle and daub houses that at the moment you can't touch. So don't be fooled by this nice suggestion from the lady that it's all going to be lovely for the residents. If the rules, planning rules don't change, you know as well as me, these people are off-grid until the rules are changed. That has to come first. Slavery was once an acceptable practice. It no longer viewed that way.
Sarah.
Someone at some point, I'm on my last sentence, someone at some point stood up and said it was wrong. Countless solar farms all over the land unable to connect to the national grid is just as wrong. Thank you.
Some things never change, do they? Right, thank you for that. Could we now have a swap around? Everyone that's on the front row, could you move back? And I've got Daniel Elvin and Nathan Maddox. And I've got, is it Shireen as well? But she doesn't necessarily at this point have to come forward, so. Okay, we'll carry on. So I've got Daniel Elvin. You are the applicant, or representing the applicant, and you've got 2 minutes and 30 seconds. And Nathan Maddox, you are an agent from Dalcor McLaren. Yes, you've got 3 minutes. Basically, between the two of you, you've got 6 minutes. All right, so however that works out, I'll let you know when you get to 6. Thank you. Over to you then, Daniel.
Thank you. Good morning, members and chair. My name is Dan Elvin, Head of Planning for Quintas Cleantech. I'm sharing the time today with our consultant, Nathan Maddox, who will follow me to cover environmental and policy matters. This application is made by QC Wepstead Limited, a legal entity owned by Quintas. We, as Quintas, employ 327 professionals and deliver projects to the highest technical and environmental standards. We work with top-tier clients, such as Octopus Energy, who are very conscious of their commitments to the environment and the country. Early in 2025, whilst we were developing the project, we sent a leaflet to 581 households and contacted key stakeholders by email, advising them of the proposal and extending an invite to a public exhibition at Wepstead Community Centre. A project website was launched, providing further information. We also met with a nearby resident on request at their property, and we sent bespoke letters to neighbours explaining how feedback had been addressed. From this consultation, 22 responses were received. We followed up with a presentation and a Q&A session at Wepstead Community Centre, and we offered to present directly to parish councils. We also held a street canvassing exercise in Bury St Edmunds over 2 days, providing information to interested parties. This generated a significant number of letters of support for the proposal. The consultation carried out can therefore be considered to be comprehensive. The design evolved from the original scheme we presented to the public. The feedback led to additional landscaping to improve screening and biodiversity, a circular walking route to Chedborough Road around the site, improving public access, and the noise impacts were reviewed and mitigated. Further changes were also made during determination in response to comments made by consultees, resulting in a scheme that has no objections from any of the consultees, any of the technical consultees, and a recommendation for approval from your planning officer. In terms of grid connection, I can confirm that we have secured a grid connection. This forms part of the government's delivery pipeline of solar projects to be connected before 2035. The recent grid reform process puts in place stringent requirements for applicants to evidence they are properly financed. At the time of construction, the latest technology will be used. Members should note that the off-site grid connection and cable to the point of connection is not part of this application for determination today. Under Schedule 2, Part 15, Class B of the General Permitted Development Order 2015, statutory undertakers are granted permitted development rights to deliver electricity infrastructure, including cables and substations. In practice, this means the connection works, where undertaken by the licensed network operator, are consented through that separate statutory regime and are not matters that require planning consent as part of this application. Whilst there is no formal statutory limit, points of connection are generally as close as possible to a site, usually within a few kilometres, and planning inspectors recognise this as reasonable. The project has secured a connection into the distribution grid 4.5 kilometres as the crow flies northeast of the site, as shown on the submitted indicative plan. The point of connection installation would occur in phases, with temporary traffic management where needed. The point of connection is an existing point of connection, and therefore it had always been the intention for further connections associated with other developments to be connected into it. This process is well established and routinely managed outside the planning application process. This application therefore only relates to elements requiring planning consent. I will now hand over to Nathan Maddox, who will cover the environmental and policy aspects of this proposal.
Thank you, Dan. Good morning, members. The application before you today is one that will deliver significant benefits both locally and nationally, contributing to the drive to prevent and reverse climate change effects, achieving set carbon budgets and securing reliable UK-generated low-carbon energy supply. West Suffolk Council has taken significant steps at the local level to address climate change impacts, declaring a climate change and biodiversity emergency. The Council is a key stakeholder in the Suffolk Climate Change Emergency Plan, which seeks to achieve net zero by 2030. A key strand of this strategy is to encourage the production and use of low-carbon energy throughout the county. This planned application for a 40-megawatt solar PV farm, which will have the capacity to power the equivalent of 12,000 homes per year, directly contributes to meeting those ambitious targets. I'd like to emphasise the thorough assessment of the impacts of the proposal set out in the Planning Committee report. This assessment has been drawn from the review of submitted technical documentation, drawn from extensive survey work and critiqued by a range of statutory technical consultees who have not raised technical objections to the proposal, ultimately concluding that the development can be delivered in a satisfactory manner. Planning case law is clear that there is no obligation for an applicant to undertake a sequential test to count in alternative sites where local planning policy is silent on the requirement, as is the case in West Suffolk, and as confirmed in a recent appeal decision. Notwithstanding this, as is described in the report, a process of considering alternative location has been undertaken and the application site being pursued as the most suitable option. Every site search starts with looking at proximity to point of connection to a grid that either has or can have planned capacity to accommodate a scheme. From there, a high-level plan appraisal is undertaken and engagement with a local land prospector undertaken to identify feasibility. For context, Quintas has 8 sites in planning across the UK, distilled from a potential 450 sites. Just wanted to pick up on the drainage points raised, and just can confirm that a sustainable drainage scheme will be implemented, limiting rates to greenfield runoff rates. And inevitably, we'd also like to acknowledge that this proposal will have some harm, but it's also correct that the harm is weighed against the many benefits of the proposal, all of which are detailed in the officer's report. It's notable that the officers describe the benefits of contributing to energy security and addressing the climate change emergency to be matters of national priority and of huge public benefit, which offers substantial weight in favour of the proposal. As such, I commend Plan Officer's recommendation of approval to you and urge you to support the proposal before you today. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, both. Thank you very much indeed. Okay. At this point, we're now going to have the usual break because I'm sure there's a lot to unpack on this particular application when we get back. Can we try and get back for 5:30, please? Yeah, and that gives an opportunity if anyone in the public gallery needs the facilities as well, you can refresh yourselves. Okay, so we'll recommence as close to 5:30 as we can. Thank you. Oh, yes, and Councillor Neil.
There he is.
Okay. Okay. Just a general observation, if I may. It can be quite distracting when people are moving papers around or whispering to each other, whether that's in the committee or indeed in the public gallery. So if we could just, respect each other, because some of us, like me, are not that good at hearing, in all fairness, and it can be quite distracting. So, right, we'll move on now to the debate, the discussion and debate, and I'd like to welcome Peter Bradfield from Suffolk County Council Highways, that's joined as an expert to give us advice and answer any questions that we may have. So welcome again, Peter. Right. Mike Chester, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to thank the case officer for a very comprehensive presentation. And just for context, for the people that don't know me, I'm a neighbouring ward member to the proposed site. I know the area well. I live within a mile and a half. It's a regular circular route, and I know the whole area very well. And I have real concerns about this proposal, the visual impact, the loss of 150 acres of good quality agricultural land. The quality of the land was visible from the officer's presentation with the crop that was in the field. But firstly, may I draw your attention to page 57, paragraph 146, which is again written by the officer and actually sums up my views quite well in a snapshot. And I'll quote, in terms of harm, the adverse impact on landscape character and appearance, particularly in terms of the valued landscape, is significant and cannot be fully mitigated. It is inevitable that the appearance of the wider landscape will change as a result of the proposed development. This is a crucial matter which carries significant weight against the proposal, significant weight. Further to that, another concern looking through the specification of the proposal is that the solar panels are made in Shanghai, China. Now, are these panels made using sustainable technologies or coal-fired power stations, of which China has an increasing amount? I mention this so as to avoid the hypocrisy of West Suffolk Council achieving carbon reductions at the expense of pollution in other countries, all of which leads to global warming. Now, while I accept we have the need to reduce our carbon footprint, there are red lines, and this proposal crosses them. I'm erring towards not supporting this proposal. Listen to the debate. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Chester. Councillor Neil, please.
Thank you, Chair. I went on a site visit and what a beautiful little pocket of countryside there, rolling hillsides. And, when you live out near the fens like I do, it was a blessing in disguise to see this. They talk about it being a 40-year project, and a 40-year project being temporary. I find that can't really take to that. 40 years is a long time. And I appreciate the views that the parish councils have got on this, and I understand exactly where they're coming from, having viewed it. Planting the hedgerows is going to take 15 years to mature, but that's 15 years of visibility, spoiling the landscape. The runoff from the water there, just as it stands with nothing on it, it's so rolling hillsides. It's those particular fields. I can see the problem that they currently have. Now, when those solar panels are put in place, there's only 4 metres between. If you took an aerial view, there's only 4 metres in between. So the runoff is going to be increased, I would imagine, to be honest. And I can see the problems and understand the concerns of flooding. And it spoke about where solar farms are concerned, animals can graze underneath the panels, but there's been no mention of that being an intention. So I think the fact that they can doesn't mean they are. And the panels, the decommissioning of the panels, over that 40-year period, how often will what's the life expectancy of those panels? Are they going to be changed every 10 years? And how are they going to be decommissioned? And they talk about a textured finish on the panels. Well, with a textured finish, that's going to hold dirt and grime, etc. So what about the impact on the efficiency of the panels? So that's just a few questions that really I need addressing, really. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Neil. Councillor Hood, please.
Thank you. Thank you. So I would, I'm interested to hear the comments that have just been made, and I find them very persuasive. I'm keeping an open mind, but I have a number of questions. And for the officer, can the officer explain what appears to be kind of, with the greatest respect, random use of words like will, shall, should? Because I don't think that the statement that the land will be returned after at paragraph 19 is actually conditioned because decommissioning, this should be done. Should. That is not shall. Now, that caused me to look throughout, and so you look at 26 in relation to written report evaluation. It says no development shall take place. Well, that's good. That is imperative. And 25, no, sorry, that's 25. 26, we get to, again, what I consider random use of the word will. The solar farm will not be brought into use. Again, it seems to me that will, shall, and should are not interchangeable, but they are being used interchangeably throughout. And all of those words, I think, should be shall. So if we can just have a clarification on that, please. The second thing that concerns me greatly is, could you explain the...
Councillor Hood, sorry, can you just bring the mic down a bit?
Sorry,
Yes, thank you.
Could you explain how the balance has been decided? Because it strikes me it should be objective. We are very clear there is harm. We are very clear this isn't a farm. It's a huge industrial solar complex on agricultural land. And I'm not clear if the balance is objective or subjective. Okay. Next question. Has the eco cost of flying in the food that would have been grown on this land been included in the calculations? Because I doubt it somehow. Next question is, why is there low weight regarding the loss of agricultural land? Because I don't really understand this. The Prime Minister has just said this morning that with the war in Iran, you know, food security and things like that are concerning. And I think that loss of agricultural land is very, very serious. So that's one thing. Paragraph 27, page 35, another question. I have seen land described in a way that's often not actually accurate. Like here, the land is described as subgrade 3A, etc. I'm kind of under the impression that this is very good land, although I also know that developers make these statements and I don't think anybody checks them. So my question is, has that been checked? That I've got other things to say, but those are questions. If there could be clarification, thank you.
Well, let's just draw a line there. And members, I'm going to go back to officers because I think we're going to have to take this in bite-sized chunks. And Councillor Hood challenges officers every meeting she's at.
With the greatest of respect.
Yes. Okay.
If I may, I might sort of group some of these together because some of the questions, I think there's a bit of an overlapping theme in terms of how we're going to respond to this. So, Councillor Chester, you sort of raised questions alluding to where the panels may have been made that speaks to the sort of net zero credentials. Councillor Hood, you spoke about the eco cost of flying in additional food and whether or not that's been calculated in. From a planning point of view, the starting point for us in policy is that we just give these sorts of renewable development schemes significant weight in the balance. We don't need to forensically look at, or nor can we forensically look at the other aspects of it. So where it's made, how it's brought here. And I understand, those thoughts and discussions, but for planning purposes in this decision, the fact that it is a renewable energy scheme, national policy and our own policy states that we should be, giving that positive weight in the balance. Neither should we, and I know you haven't asked this question, but we shouldn't be challenging whether or not we need to do that. That is very much the policy position, and that's where we start. In terms of Councillor Neil's question and how long until they fail, that's not detail that I can give you a precise answer to. I think inevitably over the 40 years of a scheme like this, there will be maintenance and repairs and no doubt ongoing maintenance, things like cleaning regimes to ensure that the efficiency of the panels is maintained. It's within the interests of the operator to ensure that they are getting the return that they need. But I can't give you a precise answer in respect of that, I'm afraid. Few other questions that Councillor Hood has raised, and we don't mind lots of questions, it's good, it keeps us on our toes. Will, shall and should. And I can understand from a lawyerly point of view that sort of forensic looking at the report. A planning officer report, the courts have held quite often, they're not to be read forensically or legalistically. So we don't necessarily have to pick in terms of the precise wording throughout the report. Conditions do need to be precise. The wording that we've used in there is the sort of wording we would have in our normal standard conditions. We're comfortable that it's very clear in planning terms what it is asking for in the way in which a planning report has to be written. Notwithstanding that, I do understand your point in terms of consistency, and I'll take that on board. And when we're reviewing future reports, I will endeavour to make sure that we are not using words interchangeably when we seek for them to mean the same thing, if that makes sense. The further point that you raised or question, and actually it's really very pertinent for the whole of today's debate, so it's a good question to ask, and that is in terms of the balance and whether something is objective or subjective. And in this particular case, from Savannah's report and from her presentation, which very much ended on a balance, this is a balanced decision. And the balance of those different competing interests, things weighing for and against, is a matter for the decision maker. So, we've reviewed that and with our professional judgment have given weight to various harms, and we've given weight to benefits directed by policy but sometimes by judgment. And for decision makers following this debate, it will be within your gift also to apportion weight to the different matters. Now, Savannah the officers gave low weight in terms of the loss of agricultural land. The rationale for that is set out in the report in terms of having to look at what potential there would be for other sites to use a lower grade of agricultural land within that wider area. So you look and perhaps see what the classification is broadly, and Savannah talked about how much of that land to the south of Bury St Edmunds is of a higher grade. And that's the rationale for our weighting. But again, as that goes back to that decision maker and it being within your gift, within reason, what weight you choose to give to different elements. Finally, I will come back to you, I'm sorry. The last bit it relates is in terms of that grade of agricultural land being 3B, that
3A, apologies, that is a specific grade. It's within the best and most versatile, which includes 1, 2, 3A and 3B. And there was an agricultural land classification report that accompanied the application, which specified which of those grades, and it's referred to as a subgrade, not as a derogatory term, but because there are 2 grades within 3, one is A and one is B.
I then, before we move on, I was going to ask the 3 members that asked questions, did you want to come back? Because it's important to square the edge so that we can move forward knowledgeably and comfortably. So, Councillor Hood, please.
Yes, I was actually looking for the words that this is a subjective balance rather than an objective balance, which is, I think, what you said, but I just think as a point of clarification, it is subjective, not objective. So in other words, the planning officer has looked at everything and she's made a subjective decision, and that is not an objective decision.
I think we're saying the same thing in different words. It is a judgment. There is an element of subjectivity in terms of applying the different weights.
Councillor Neil, Councillor Chester, can we move on? Yep, thank you very much indeed. Right, Councillor London, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I have to admit, I am still on the fence or the hedgerow with regards to this one. I've got a few different points which I'd like to make in sort of pack order rather than importance order. Page 63, we've got a condition with regards to external lighting, and obviously that's asking that it won't exceed certain lux levels. Why are we having external lighting at all? Why is that a consideration? Surely this is an incredibly rural area. After construction is completed at night time, I wouldn't have expected there to be any kind of security lighting or anything like that. It should be a dark site. Page 65, soft landscaping. Any plants removed, dying or becoming seriously damaged or diseased within 5 years of planting shall be replaced with the first available planting season. Given the fact that we've been shown what it will look like after 15 years, I'm just wondering why 5 years has been chosen as the horizon for replanting. Surely, if this is a temporary scheme of 40 years, then surely that should be within the entire lifetime of the temporary scheme. The damaged planting should be replaced. Up to the big one, which is decommissioning. Obviously, we have on page 66, we have that condition 19, and this is the one that really is weighing on my mind. It seems to me that the fact that this is a temporary scheme has been given quite significant weight in the decision making of whether the determination, both in the pros and ameliorating the againsts. So I want to be absolutely certain, sitting here, that in 40 years' time, this site is going to get decommissioned in the way that it is said. And that is a very big ask. We are asking to somehow legally determine something that's going to be happening in 2066. That's quite a distance into the future. And I'm not entirely sure that what we have here is robust enough to be able to do that. I have thoughts about what we could possibly do. I noticed that this development plan does not need to prove any kind of funding or any kind of pot of money. It's just a what will happen, not how it will happen. And also, we also need to understand who it is that's going to be enforcing that, because it's not going to be West Suffolk Council. We don't even know whether it's going to be our unitary successor or somebody down the line. So again, a possible solution for this, if this is granted planning permission, is there a way to involve the parish councils in this one such that they have some say 40 years down the line in making sure that this is decommissioned in the way that it in accordance with this plan. I'd also like to just ask the open-ended question with regards to roads and how that's going to work, and expected timeframes for how long you would anticipate something like this taking in your professional judgment. I'd like to confirm that we have NESO approval for grid connection for this scheme, and I'd also just like to note that there are a lot of things in this that are we could possibly, such as grazing, shared ownership. Up to 10% includes zero shared ownership, and could have grazing includes no grazing at all, just putting pesticides down. So I'd just like to look at that. And then the final point, which is whichever way this goes, whether we approve it or whether we reject it, I do think that this is something that we should make a note of to forward on to the local plan working group as an example of how we deal with our policies in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor London. I'm going to take Councillor Miller-Jones, and I think, because again there's been multiple questions, you may have similar issues in terms of numbers of questions, but I'll then go to officers after you have finished your presentation. Councillor Miller-Jones.
Thank you very much. So I am much more conflicted about this than I usually am about applications that are before us. I take the climate emergency hugely seriously because it's a hugely serious issue. It's going to affect generations to come. We need to do something about it. We're running out of time, which means that my default position is build all the solar farms, build as many as you can. That said, this is an incredibly beautiful area. The second speaker said something that did sort of impact my thinking about the fact that if we do refuse this, really the result of that is going to be that this developer is going to look elsewhere. And while nobody probably wants a solar farm right on their doorstep, there are plenty of areas in West Suffolk that are far less beautiful than this bit, which is just, it's one of my favourite parts. It is lovely, and I do think looking at policy SP7, which says about the negative effects must be avoided where possible, for example, through alternative site selection. I am just not convinced that we have any evidence that the developer has attempted to select an alternative site, and this application does conflict with policy SP7, and I would give that some weight. My only concern with rejecting it would be time loss before we could then, have something built elsewhere, and the potential sort of carbon impact of that time. But I believe that there are, as I think was mentioned, there are so many of these solar sites coming forward all the time that really I just wonder, I don't know, I mean, I suppose I'll probably be told it's not a material consideration, but I do wonder whether officers can say whether there are many more applications sort of in the pipeline for solar farms, because I do just think, I think it conflicts with policy SP7, and I think I do not think it's the right place for it, much as I want to support it in principle. So that's my thoughts. I'm not completely decided yet, and I'm just wondering, what we think about the impact of rejecting it on sort of carbon.
That's quite all right, Councillor Miller-Jones. I'm sure you're not alone in the conflict. Right, back to officers then. Let's pick up where we are now. And then we'll start again with you, Councillor Glossop.
So Councillor London, you asked the question about the external lighting condition. So essentially, infrared lighting is proposed. So they will be attached to the CCTV cameras, which is obviously less intrusive than flood lighting. The condition is there to ensure that the lighting doesn't exceed the guidance levels as referred to in the conditions, to enable further protection of residential amenity. But from looking at the plans and the CCTV, it's going to be infrared lighting, which is obviously the less intrusive.
Turning to your question, Councillor London, relating to the condition for landscaping and the period of time within which we ask for any landscaping that's failed or died to be replanted. 5 years is the standard approach in terms of a reasonable balance between making sure that something is there and can establish and not having an overly onerous condition that would go on and on. That is the condition that we would apply for all types of development, and ones that would be there forever. So for large housing schemes, for large commercial developments, that is the landscaping condition that would apply, and that's the one that is considered to be reasonable, and that is one of the tests, obviously, of a legal condition. So given the nature of this particular scheme and noting that, I appreciate it's a long time, but it isn't in perpetuity, it's 40 years, I don't think it would be something that would be reasonable to look to adjust what would be our normal approach to the replenishment of landscaping. You also touched on the temporary nature. It's not given weight in and of itself. We talk about it in the round in terms of how we assess these things, and whilst it's noted that it is a long time, it is not forever. That is the position that you'll see when this is considered by the Inspectorate as well, in terms of how they weight it. You then turn to the decommissioning side of it and voiced your concerns about how we can actually secure that. So that condition is one that runs with the land, and it is the one that is required to be carried out. And now I appreciate that we don't necessarily know what the landscape will look like in 40 years' time in terms of who's operating in terms of those permissions. We certainly know it won't be West Suffolk. We can't, though, through this permission, look to try and introduce new regulatory processes. That goes beyond the bounds of what we can do. We can impose planning conditions on a decision which are lawfully part of that permission and have to be adhered to, and at some point in the future the authority responsible for ensuring that they are carried out will do that. I don't think we can look to introduce other bodies or introduce things whereby parish councils would be responsible for ensuring conditions of discharge, because it'll be ultra vires. We're going beyond what we can do at this point in time in relation to this planning decision. Councillor Miller-Jones, you voiced some opinions, but then there was a question towards the end relating to the pipeline of applications. And your instinct is correct in terms of the materiality for your decision today. The fact that there may be other schemes in a pipeline or there may be other applications isn't material to you considering this application today. We have to look at these renewable projects each on their own merits. There's not a ceiling on how many of them, other than where there are cumulative impacts. We don't say, oh, we've got enough because there's more coming forward. So you were right to say that you're considering it, but actually for the purposes of decision making, it's not something that is material.
Thank you, Penny. Can I just ask again? Councillor Miller-Jones, yes.
Sorry, there was another question in there that I might have just not phrased very well as a question. It was just about SP7 and whether or not there was any evidence about the developer having looked at alternative sites as indicated in that policy. Sorry. Thank you.
So in relation to renewable energy schemes, and particularly in terms of our renewable energy policy as well, there's no sort of statutory requirement for them to go through a formal site selection process. They don't need to show a list of alternative sites. They have, however, set out how they have carried out their site selection, and this is the one that they consider to be the best and most appropriate for the scheme that they're putting forward. Having said that, we have noted that there is conflict with policy SP7 and SP6, and we've noted the harm associated with those, and officers have weighted those as very significant against the scheme.
Thank you, Penny. Councillor London, did you have answers to satisfactory answers to your questions?
Two that I haven't had a reply to, which is obviously my very open-ended invitation to speak about roads. And also, I just wanted to confirm, does this scheme have NESO approval for grid connection? Thank you.
I was about to say that I would have to say, other than knowing that there is a grid connection, and actually I'd have to apologise because the acronym that you've used has escaped me as well. So I would have to ask you to articulate, but otherwise with the discretion of the chair, they may ask for that to be a question to the applicant.
And I'll direct that to the applicant, please.
Yes, there is a confirmed grid connection. We've gone through the recent grid reform process that has been going on for the past year or so. And as part of that, we've received confirmation that this project will form part of that delivery pipeline to 2035. So yes, that is confirmed. Thanks.
Susan, we disconnected you by accident. So if you press your microphone button, there's nothing deliberate. Please don't get upset with me. But you are next to speak, Councillor Glossop.
So am I on? Oh, yes, I'm on now.
Yes, you are.
Okay, right. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Yes, this is a very difficult application. I'm very concerned about losing agricultural land because over the last sort of 2 years, we're losing so much agricultural land now, and we are a farming area. And given what's happening in the world at the moment, I think we do have to be considering more that we're going to have to grow our own food. So that worries me. And it also worries me that we say, oh, well, 40 years' time, it can go back. Well, gosh, 40 years is a long, long time to be saying, we'll put it back. So I am concerned about that. Also, I know you've already answered this, but I am also not happy, although you say we can't demand. I think we ought to have had a list of other sites that have been considered, and I do worry about that. And the other thing is there going to be any battery storage on this site? Because there was no mention, so I'd like to know about that. And then if this application was approved today, I'd like to know how soon it would be operational, because to my mind, life is moving so quickly and technology is. I just think these solar panels are going to be out of date quicker than 40 years. So I'm very concerned about it, but I will listen to the debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Glossop. Before I come to you, Councillor Bull, the one question that wasn't answered was the one that was directed to Peter about traffic and roads. Over to you, Peter.
Councillor London, I think one of the questions you asked was about the duration of the construction phase and the impact on the highway that would have. The transport assessment brings forward an expected duration of 12 months for the construction of this facility. And during that time, the construction traffic will be made up of the solar panels coming onto site, of course, other construction, and then the staff arriving on site. That's been assessed at, in terms of staff, at least about potentially up to 80 two-way movements per day. That may go up or down, of course. So that is acceptable in my recommendation in terms of impact on highway, as is the use of the HGVs and the location of the proposed accesses for the construction of the panel facilities itself. Did that answer that aspect of your question?
That aspect.
Thank you, Peter. Right. Councillor Glossop needs to be turned off, and Councillor Bull, you've got the floor.
Oh. Thank you, Chair. I've just got a comment and one small question at the end. I think that fence that John alongside me is sitting on is very crowded. This is a really difficult decision. I really support the need in our current environment for solar farms and producing our energy like that. But this is an exceptionally beautiful place. And I think another of the members of the committee said, there are lots of other places and there are lots of applications going in. That's my comment anyway, and I am quite undecided at the moment. A question which is a bit obscure, but archaeology, you said that the applicant was going ahead without the preliminary investigation on the risk basis. What then happens, or how is it policed, if when they're working on the site, they find something? How does anyone know? So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor Mildmay White, please.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you to the officer. I thought that was a very comprehensive, balanced report, and not easy for you. I was very struck by Councillor Neil, who doesn't know this area, saying that he was immediately struck by how beautiful this site was, because I too live in quite a flat area, but I know this site extremely well, and it's one of those delights to see a slightly rolling countryside rather than a flat venue, a flat area. So it's interesting that somebody who doesn't know it was immediately struck by the beauty and the value of this site. I haven't taken the applicant's comments about consultation very seriously, because I think just to send in photocopied responses signed by a number of people, all on the same dates, 17th December and 2nd of February, is a very lazy way of doing a consultation, because anyone can sign these things. There are two comments at the end of this photocopied papers on support, which say, the intention is for the community to be able to own up to 10% of the project. But interestingly, the parish councils didn't seem to mention that at all. So will this be a condition that it is for the benefit of the community as a shared ownership or community benefit fund? Or is it just put forward as a, this might be a nice to have? Then it also said the scheme will also pay approximately £50,000 a year in business rates, which will come to West Suffolk. Now, is that true, or does the business rates go to the government? So I'd be interested in those two comments that are made, as I say, at the bottom of these photocopied comments on support for this project. The CCTV and the perimeter fencing, it's going to look like something out of High Point, isn't it? Who's going to walk round a permitted development, a permitted pathway, with a chain link fencing one side and the road the other side? It's not going to be an attractive walk, is it? And are we sure that the CCTV will be looking inwards? There won't be any monitoring of people walking on this permissive path? We come to my favourite phrase, which is less than substantial harm. I'm sure you've heard me bring this up before, because it is subjective, there's no doubt about it. And when we come to this locally valued landscape, I have to disagree with the officers. I think this is more than substantial harm to this particular site. So forgive me for disagreeing with you, but as I say, I do think it is a subjective view on this wording, less than substantial harm, because people who know this area absolutely value this landscape. What was the other? And then when it comes to the screening, again, you're just obscuring what is a beautiful landscape. You're screening an industrial site, but you're obscuring what we all value as a particularly beautiful landscape. So we look at a metal fence and we look at a hedge. Big deal. What's happened to this beautiful, valued landscape, which, as Councillor Neil immediately said, he thought was wonderful. So my two questions really about that photocopied letters of support, those two items at the bottom, the Community Benefit Fund and the business rates coming back to West Suffolk. And then also, can we secure this as a community benefit project? Or is it just under discussion? And the parish council seem to have been, I don't know if they're part of it or not, but they certainly didn't mention it. So that's it for the moment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Mildmay White. Councillor Holder, please.
Thank you, Chair. I got nudged by my colleague on my right to make a proposal, but I'm not taking the nudge at this time. The points I want to make, some have been made before, but sort of I read the litany of climate change stuff that gets shoved down our throat all the time by the virtue signallers and government on pages 33 and 34, which we're expected to swallow hook, line and sinker and accept as gospel, which I don't. And I think there's an awful lot of people in this country that don't either. Also, at the moment, nationally, we are in a fuel crisis for some reason. People are having difficulty heating their homes, even if they are well insulated. So there's more argument to get more power into the grid. So, you should think that a new solar farm is a good thing. And I notice it also says it's all clean energy. Of course, it's not clean energy at all, and under no circumstances is it clean energy. You have to manufacture these solar panels, not in this country, in a foreign country, import them at great cost into this country. I doubt if there's much that's actually made in this country. I think the cables might be, but that's all from imported goods. The steel probably nowadays is imported. So there's not much economic benefit to us, maybe in the construction of it, by giving local labour some work for a bit to build it, but there's no economic benefit to the UK in this whatsoever. No doubt the farmer who will get a fee, I don't know how it works out, it's obviously worked out behind the scenes, the economic benefit to the farmer and the economic benefit to the company that's building it and selling the electricity, but that's not economic to the members of the public who are supposedly going to benefit hugely from the electricity generated by the solar farm. I think it's a little bit overstated. There's a lovely clause in here, I don't think I can find it, but it's where the applicant has to preserve the topsoil and keep it to reconstitute the area in 40 years' time. I can just believe that it's going to be a massive heap of topsoil just sitting there doing nothing for 40 years. That's just a load of nonsense. However, I think Councillor Neil mentioned the sort of triggers broom of replacing the solar panels constantly over a 40-year period, and presumably a lot of the other infrastructure, which, as others have said, may be obsolete anyway by technology advances. The farming land, people say, it's going to preserve it for the future. I wonder what our farmers have been doing for the last 1,000 years, apart from preserving the land they farm, and will continue to do so. So I think that's a bit of a misnomer as well. If it wasn't built, the farmer who farms it would farm it continually and keep the soil level up with fertilisation, manuring, and all the other technological advances that they have. So I think that's a red herring as well. Now, coming on to the vista, we hear about vistas in planning application. The vista here and all the way down that road is going to be ruined forever. Somebody said, okay, you're going to grub up all the hedges and kill all the little birds and mammals because you want it back the way it was. I don't think that will ever happen in 40 years anyway. But it's ruining a farming vista. And if you drive around this area and all the way down to Haverhill or even north of Bury St Edmunds, you have these wonderful agricultural vistas. Personally, I think, having hard industrial finishes, you've got a fence, you've got plastic, black panels all over the place, is somewhat going to ruin a vista for all time. So take that point as well. I'll leave it there and I'll see what other speakers have got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Holder. I'm going to go back to officers now. There's 3 members still waiting to speak, but again, we want to do this in bite-sized chunks and move forward. Okay, Savannah?
So in response to your question, Councillor Glossop, BESS battery energy storage systems are not proposed on this site. And Councillor Ball, in relation to your point about archaeology, so the consultation response that we received from the Archaeological Service had recommended that predetermination trenches are carried out. They then explained in their response that if the applicant wished to proceed without the predetermination evaluation, then there are some risks associated with that. So, for example, they could come across unexpected archaeological features, or it could have potential to delay the build programme and the project delivery, and it could increase overall costs. So they confirmed in their response that if the applicant was willing to accept those risks, then they would be happy for the works to be carried out post-determination. So we've got conditions recommended that are pre-commencement that request those evaluations to be carried out if the application was approved, if that makes sense.
In terms of the actual time for how long until it is operational, again, I'm afraid I can't tell you specifically what the timeline is. And actually, it speaks to the point, I suppose, that Savannah has just raised in terms of that risk. So the risks in terms of the archaeological being post-decision, to be clear, they're not risks to the assets, otherwise they would be recommending refusal. But because they would need to know it. It's about the risks to the project in terms of the amount of work that they might need to do, depending on the significance of what is found. Potentially, they might need a slightly different design in terms of some of the manner in which it's fixed into the ground. So the conditions that the Archaeological Service have recommended include the final detail of the fixings into the ground, for example, being post all of that work. So that, to be clear, there are risks, but they're project risks, they're financial and timescale. They're not risks to heritage assets in terms of themselves, because if they were, and that was something that was unacceptable, then the Archaeological Service would be demanding them to be done up front. Councillor Marmay-White raises the questions about the Community Benefit Fund. And you'll note that that isn't something that we have given any weight in the planning balance. And that is because it's not something that we can secure as part of this decision. It's not like where we have planning obligations and they are, secured through a legal agreement. No, there may come a time in the future where they're mandated for such schemes, and that then the landscape may change. But for now, that's not something that we can secure. So it's not something that we have given any weight in the planning balance. And similarly, I can't, I'm afraid, confirm the veracity of the numbers in respect of business rates. But again, it's not something that we have specifically highlighted and weighted in our planning balance. We've given weight to wider economic benefits and specific economic benefits in respect of that farm diversification, but we haven't included those other elements in the balance in this case.
Right. Steady, Councillor Glossop. Well, you can tell me off if I don't, but I was then going to come back and say, members who have posed questions, if you haven't got the answers you were potentially looking for, which is pretty reasonable, I had Councillor Ball that first interrupted the chairman's, but that's quite all right. So if I go Councillor Ball, then Councillor Glossop. Okay, thank you. Councillor Ball, microphone, please.
Thank you. Actually, I now understand. I assumed that they took a risk by not doing the what the word is, but now I understand it's about whether they do it before or after determination. Thank you. That's lovely.
Councillor Glossop.
Thank you, Chairman.
Yes, you're on.
Okay. I was asking about when could we see this delivered, and you couldn't answer, but then you made an answer about the archaeological dig. And so in actual fact, we're not talking about 40 years for this land not to be used as agriculture. We're talking about all this build-up and then 40 years. So it could be 50 years before that could be used as agricultural land again. That's what I'm trying to get at. And I'm quite surprised that we're looking at a planning application today, but we've no idea if it's going to be delivered in the next 2 years, 5 years, or what. Just seems a bit odd to me. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Penny's going to come straight back on that, I think.
That's an excellent. I hadn't fully appreciated what you were saying. So I suppose we know how long they will have to commence, because that is a condition of the permission. So we know that there is a certain point by which they would start the works, and we have a notion about the length of time that the construction period would take. But you're right. The 40 years refers to the operational time. So actually, if you were to include the time between now and them starting, yes, then you're right. The operational time and the impact it has in situ is 40 years. But if you take into account the construction phase and the decommissioning phase, it is a longer period of time. You're correct.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Marmay-White, you've asked to speak again. Was that to address maybe a gap in...
It was just to say for clarification for those letters of support that those two comments at the end are not necessarily... Well, we haven't taken that into account as part of this planning process. So people have signed that on the assumption that that might be true, but they don't know for sure. And then I could come back later.
There are often things in representations, and whilst they may be true and may be relevant to them, they're not necessarily something that we consider to be material in the final determination of an application. So because we can't secure that community benefit fund as part of this permission, the officer's position is it wouldn't be correct to give that weight that might tip the balance, because ultimately there's no mechanism to secure that. Again, the representations that come in, the number of them or what's within them isn't in itself determinative. We then have to filter that and understand what is and isn't a material planning consideration in any particular case.
If you want to come back later, could you just press your microphone again, please, Councillor Marmay-White? Yeah, okay. Right, moving on. There's a growing list. Councillor Neil, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm pleased that the report does acknowledge the impact on heritage. I think it, personally, I find it a massive impact on the heritage of the area and the particular sites around there. We spoke about the disruption to transport. This is one for Peter. We spoke about the disruption for transport on building on the site itself. But what about the timescale it would take and the implications on the area transport road network for the connection to the thing in Bury? I just wondered how long that would take, Peter, and if you could describe how that would impact the area. Would one lane of the road be closed? Would the whole road be closed? Exactly how deep do they go in burying the cable? I think it's about 4 miles that you're looking to... No. No. Sorry.
Thank you. Did you want to answer that now, Peter? If you were, okay, that's fine. Councillor Taylor, please.
Thank you. First of all, for the cost of a beautiful space, there is, the figure there of 12,000 homes will be powered, which is some considerable number. However, then I was also faced with, I've just recently supported, our car parks at the hub at Mildenhall to have canopies with solar. And I've been desperately trying to find out how many homes we would be able to power from there to put it in some context. Sadly, I haven't been able to get that answer. So from my point of view, I think it is this, are we prepared to lose such a beautiful space when sometimes there are alternatives out there? And so that would just be my point, and I just wish I could put it in context, how many homes we could power by not ruining some beautiful spaces within our area. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor David Smith, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
I wasn't going to speak on this because I'm one of those. I think they need a bigger fence here to sit on. If my colleagues would move up a bit, but I must say, Councillor Holder's comments sort of made it a good case for voting for approval for this, to tell you the truth. But there we go. But I'm not at that point yet. I'm not here to abstain, so I've only got a couple of minutes now to make up my mind one way or another. The geopolitical situation at the moment, it just shows how important it is that we become more self-sufficient in this as an island nation for not just energy but food as well. So we've got to have this bit of a trade-off. Now, it has been mentioned that we should be building on brownfield sites, but we also need more homes. So we need those brownfield sites to build homes and the jobs that go with them. So we are in a very difficult situation here. Nobody wants these next to their homes. We know that. But we're just kicking it down the road to somebody else to have this same problem if we keep refusing applications. This is not a Seneca site. This is not a huge thing like this. This is only like less than 10% of that. So it's in the context, it's not a massive site compared with some that are around. But as I say, I still haven't made my mind up. And there's no question there. Just I thought I'd better contribute. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Debbie Smith. Councillor John London, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd just like to confirm my understanding of the archaeology that comes from Councillor Bull, that this means that all of the standard archaeological work will be done after planning consent is given, assuming it is given, but that at that point, if archaeology is found, the project will come to a grinding halt, and that will be that will effectively override the planning consent. Or does that mean that if archaeology is found and planning consent has been given, is that sort of tough on the archaeology? We've already given planning consent. I'd like to understand what happens if archaeology is found. I'm still looking at this 40-year temporary thing, and it's still a major consideration in my mind. So I've got a couple of questions with regards to that. In the NPPF, there is provision for, not for this, but for things such as for mineral extraction, for in extenuating circumstances, bonds or other financial guarantees to be given to ensure that landscape is returned to natural. So there is precedence in the NPPF for other considerations for that kind of financial instrument to be involved. And I'd really like us to look at this, to understand if there is anything we can do to produce a financial instrument such as we would if this was gravel extraction, to bring the landscape back to its current level at the end of the 40 years. And finally, I mean, East Anglia is littered with old World War II Air Force bases. They were promised when they were being built in the late 1930s that the land would be returned to agricultural use afterwards. Obviously, a lot of those are now being turned to housing estates. I'd like to just understand, you know, in your professional memory, has there ever been a 40-year rural site that has ever been returned to its original state? Can we evidence that this has ever happened previously? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor London. There's been a lot of discussion, a lot of good points made and answered, but we still haven't got a proposal. It'd be interesting to know where we are. Councillor Holder, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It's just a couple of things I missed. So thank you for letting me come back. It's too late for this application. This will be the third one I think I've sat on since I've sat on this committee for solar farms, not the Seneca, nothing to do with that one. The fact is that apart from our own one, which we had a day out to have a look at in nice weather, we really should actually go and look at some solar farms, not just our own one, but lots of other ones, to see all the problems that these solar things get with water runoff and the erosion of the soil underneath the solar panels themselves, and also the things we hear about which are good, that they can grow crops underneath and run sheep underneath. I looked this up, and all I got was firms that were actually into solar panels, building farms, showing nice little schematics of sheep grazing nicely, with no statistics of how much economic benefit the farmer gets from the dressed weight of the sheep they grow, or cattle that can grow on spare bits of ground, or anything else for that matter. So we don't know. It's all, it would be a good thing, we can do this, but they don't do it. I'm pretty damn sure they don't do it to any economic effect. So it'd be good if we can go, and if we ever have any of these again, which I'm sure we will, is to actually go out and look at different ones to get a clearer picture of how they operate in the real world. All we're seeing is the green field. So that's really what I wanted to say about having a look at these things. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Holder. Councillor Hood, please.
Am I allowed to make a proposal now? Because I'd like to propose rejection, and I have reasons for that, which I'm happy to explain. And I'd like to do that now if I'm allowed to.
You are very much allowed to. The chair would welcome a proposal.
Okay, thank you. We're representing...
Plus reasons, as you put.
Yes, yeah, we're elected to represent one.
May I just say, we'll listen to the reasons and then I'll ask for a seconder.
Thank you. We are sitting here, we have been elected to represent residents. There are so many objections to this. In my view, the developers are riding a coach and horses through a beautiful, irreplaceable landscape. This is in the wrong place. There is more than substantial harm. We've heard about these Chinese solar panels made by Uyghur slaves. I'm afraid that's not environmentally friendly to my point of view. This is described as the best and most versatile land, and the harm cannot be completely mitigated. The balance is subjective. I think that we should, based on these very good, very explanatory papers, weigh that harm against, we should weigh it against granting. There's no obligation to replace the land after decommissioning. We've heard it's written here as should. That's not objective. SP7, as we've heard, this conflicts with that policy, and it cannot be fully mitigated, and it will negatively impact on the landscape. If you look at page 48, section 89, this is with the greatest of respect, the wrong judgment is in that. We should take all the points that have been made and which I believe weigh against granting this, and page 157, page 58, section 157, I completely reject the statement that the collective benefits are considered to outweigh the harms. I believe the harms outweigh the collective benefits, and that we should reject this plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hood. Now, by raising hand, Councillor Hood, Councillor Neil. How could I confuse the two of you? Councillor, you know I was going to ask for a seconder, so...
Yeah, I'll second it.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Okay, well, the discussion continues. Councillor Mildmay White, please.
Thank you, Chairman. But actually, I think as we've got a proposal on the table, I would like to move that forward and come to a decision. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's a wise decision. Councillor Miller-Jones, please.
Thank you. Yeah, just a small thing. It's not a question, it's just a comment, really, and it's just in relation to what Councillor Smith said about it not being a massive thing, like Seneca, it being small. I actually think that works in favour of rejection. The fact that it's not massive, but it's going to have such a huge impact on the area. So I just wanted to point that out, that it's,
Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Glossop, please.
Thank you, Chair.
Oh, you've just turned yourself off. You normally blame Councillor Bull.
I'll learn when time. I do want to answer what Councillor Taylor said about the panels going on the hub at Milden Hall, because in actual fact, we're about to work on our next local plan, which we have to complete in 30 months. And the government now is saying that all future housing development and anything will have to be built with solar panels and all the energy efficiency. So in actual fact, we're not, because we don't know how long it's going to take before this gets built, if it does get built, we're going to be we're going to be doing all these things anyway. So it's not quite so desperate to have all these solar farms everywhere. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Glossop. Councillor Dicker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm glad a proposal has now been made. I pressed my button because I was going to make one as well. Not the same one as Councillor Hood, but that would be expected of me. Basically, I think if we look at the government policy at the moment, we know that, I've heard members talk about food, we need the agricultural land, but at the moment, the current thing is solar or power is what we really need. Obviously, clearly, with the antics going on in the Middle East, it's all important, and we're not self-sufficient at anything in this country, and that's a shame. All the successive governments we haven't done the people of this country very proud, unfortunately. Listen to members, I think we've had a lot of good points, but I actually come back to the fact that since government policy is solar and renewables, then I would side that I think if it doesn't pass here, then it may well do with government intervention. I hadn't seen the area before, so whereas members say they know the area very well and like it very much, so I was fresh on the coach there. I did go and take a look. It is very beautiful land, absolutely. You can see it is. I do myself represent a very rural areas of just outside Newmarket and between Bury St Edmunds, so it is areas that I know and represent. However, I don't have this massive hang-up about seeing solar panels. I've got a huge one down the road for me, potentially going to happen around Red Lodge and the villages around there. If you give me a choice between houses, which I have too many of in my area, or solar panels, then I'd rather go for the solar panels, actually. When this hedge eventually gets built, I won't see them. I'll always see the houses. And then the traffic that's involved, that goes with it, that I think actually is more detrimental to myself, my family and my children in the future and everything. So I would have actually proposed approval, really to have got it kicking going. And also I wanted to speak now that there are probably members sitting here potentially who didn't want to raise their heads and be seen to be proposing something when you have full public here who they might be scared of. I'm not scared of anyone. I would just do what I think is the right thing, and I have done for 20 odd years of being a district councillor here. So I won't be supporting the proposal here for refusal, but I'm glad I've got it out in the open. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dicker. And finally, Councillor Bull, please.
No, I'm happy to go to the vote.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Just before we do that, I think there's some points of clarification. Are there questions to answer?
There were some outstanding questions that haven't been answered. One of those was from Councillor Neil in relation to the impact of construction works, although I was going to note to say that that isn't part of this application. So whilst I'm happy for Peter to tell you about the nature of those works, it's not material to the consideration of this application, but I just wanted to make sure that we understood, because it's outside this planning application, it will be undertaken separately and not what we're looking at today. So I'm happy for Peter to answer that, and then there's a couple of other points.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Neil asked about the construction route for the cabling. We don't know, Councillor, where that cable route will be aligned. Statutory utility providers have powers that are set out in an act called the New Streetworks Act. They will not need to come back to yourselves or indeed the Highway Authority for further consents for the works And generally, it would be, if it's going to be in the highway, some sort of probably channel in the verge. But it's not necessarily the case to assume that all of the cables would be routed in highway. That would be a decision for other people in the future. You talked about or asked about depth of cabling. High voltage cabling is generally 750 mil under the surface. 600 mil is an acceptable minimum for less high volt cabling. I don't know what sort of cabling would be used. So 600 mil under is a minimum for that. And the impact on the highway of that construction, it would be mitigated by traffic management where that was necessary. So I think it would be fair to say there wouldn't be any highway safety impact of the construction, maybe more inconvenience with the occasional lane closure, for instance, or something along those sorts of lines. A relatively short period of impact.
Okay, then returning to Councillor London, there was a couple of points you'd asked for clarification on. One of them was returning to this point about securing remediation and the manner in which that would be done, and whether or not it could be dealt with by some kind of bond or financial instrument similar to one might see with minerals and wastes applications. It's our view that that wouldn't be appropriate in this case, and I think there is a very distinct difference between a solar farm and, for example, a minerals extraction, which has very intrusive groundworks, and they are very different things. So, I mean, that's not where the debate is heading at the moment, but it certainly isn't something, and if you look at other solar consents, that's not common practice. It wouldn't be held to be the normal, appropriate way to deal with it. I can't speak to any sites that I've personally seen remediated after 40 years. I mean, sitting on the planning committee has probably aged me, but I haven't been practicing as a planner for 40 years yet. We have to, we're using a recognised legal mechanism, and I think that has to be accepted, and that shouldn't be something that you should be weighing against the scheme in your minds. We have to rely on the mechanisms that we have before us and use regularly when we're dealing with planning applications. Just in respect, I know it wasn't a question, but again, just in the interest of making sure that everybody is reaching their own views on this, understanding what is and isn't relevant to your consideration, Susan noted the changes in government policy for new houses and incorporation of solar on sloped roofs. That is about the energy generation and the impact of those new homes, and it's distinct from the general need for us to deal with the climate emergency and energy security. So again, that shouldn't be something that is in your minds when you're reaching your ultimate decision. Finally, archaeology. Yes, sorry, apologies. I'll circle back to you again, Councillor London. Anything that is found through the archaeological work post-decision will not take away this permission. The permission is granted. What they may need to do is various recording, evidencing. There may be time to then put that into reports to disseminate, so it could impact on how quickly they can get on site. There may be some impacts in terms of the final design of things like the methods in which it is fixed to the grounds, but it is not the case that they could go out on site, do some trenches, and then it would then undo this permission. If the Archaeological Service felt that there was something so significant on a site that it would fundamentally mean that it wasn't acceptable, they wouldn't be looking to conditions, because at the point at which it is determined, you can't then subsequently undo that permission, if that makes sense. I think that was all of the questions. We'll need to confirm the reasons before they vote.
We need to go over the reasons again, Councillor Hood, if I may. And actually, I noted when Penny was saying that she was younger than 40 years old, she looked at me. I was the only member of the committee that could possibly know the answer to that question. Yeah.
If I may, I was going to ask Councillor Hood, your reason, there was sort of wider comments, and I just wanted to pull out of those what I noted some, and I just wanted to clarify, and it may be that I need to just talk through some of those elements. But if you were able to first just pull out of your commentary the elements that you feel would be the reasons for refusal, then I can look to summarise those and confirm them. Thank you.
Okay, well, I'll do my best, but you're the expert. SP9, Well, the judgment, I believe, has been wrongly balanced in favour of granting, and I think it's clear subjectively. We read the papers, and our balance is against granting this SP7. This conflicts with policy and can't be fully mitigated, and it will negatively impact. SP6, the harm. I think there are several other things, but it's the best and most versatile land. There's clearly harm there.
I've just asked Penny if she could summarise the note.
Yeah, thanks.
I don't want
to drone on. Sorry, I already have.
So, taking the points that you'd raised and sort of articulating them into a reason for refusal, I have there primarily about the adverse impact on the landscape character and visual amenity. That's where you're talking about SP6 and SP7. So that would be the adverse impact on landscape character and visual amenity within an important locally valued landscape. You cited SP6 and SP7. Paragraph 187.A of the NPPF would also be relevant in terms of the national policy that those policies stem from. You'd mentioned harm to designated heritage assets. That's LP 35, and there is also within the NPPF, so that's where you were talking about heritage assets. And you also mentioned the loss of agricultural land, and that cumulatively those adverse impacts would outweigh the collective benefits of the scheme.
Your mic is on now, so it's on.
I've stopped speaking though.
Okay. Right, we've got no members wishing to speak, and I'm not inviting members at this point because I'm just going to go into the proposal. I'm also going to ask Penny just to clarify whether this would be under the decision-making protocol, and if it isn't, that would be a straight vote by the committee to refuse.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. In this case, and as is noted in the report, this is a planning balanced. There is a balanced judgment here, and it is a recognised principle that the manner in which we weight things weighing for a planning decision are a matter for the decision maker. As such, there are subjective elements, and provided the committee are putting together what is a precise and reasoned reason for refusal, then I'm happy that this wouldn't be a case where we would need to invoke the decision making protocol.
Thank you, Penny. So it's been proposed by Councillor Hood for refusal and seconded by Councillor Neal. The reasons have been clarified. Could I see a show of hands in favour of refusal, please? And those against, please.
So that's 11 votes in favour and 3 votes against. The motion is carried and the application is refused.
Thank you, members. Thank you, everybody who's attended. That ends part A of the agenda. So you're very welcome to stay for part B, if you so wish. Okay.
Do you want to give them a time?
we begin part B, which means I have to go over some of the points that began the meeting. So I'd just like to welcome those members of the public who are present for part B. Welcome today. And I just need to ask, if you have got your mobile phone with you, can you make sure it's either switched off or it's in airplane or flight mode or it's on silent? That's all I would ask. In which case, I will now begin the agenda for part B and ask again for apologies for absence, please, Helen.
Chair, we have no apologies for absence, but just to note, since part A of the meeting, Councillor Rachel Hood has left and Councillor Jim Thorndike has joined us.
Thank you, Helen. Again, for clarity, I'm just going to read out the declarations of interest statement again because we're in part B. So members are reminded of their responsibility to declare any disclosable pecuniary interest, other registrable or non-registrable interest which they have in any item of business on the agenda, and that should be no later than when the item is reached, and when appropriate, to leave the meeting prior to discussion and voting on the item. So it's just Councillor Thorndike, really, who you've joined us. Anything to declare? No, I didn't think there would be. Right, well, we move on to agenda item 6, which, if I could get to my page, which is the planning application for land south of Hopton Road in Barningham. And the presenting officer is Connor. So, Connor, over to you.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members. So the application before you seeks outline planning permission for up to 60 dwellings with the main vehicular access to be considered. As the proposal is in outline form, all other matters are reserved apart from that main vehicular access. However, indicative plans have been submitted, which I'll go through shortly. So yes, the application is land south of Hopton Road, Barningham. It has been referred to Development Control Committee following a written call-in from the ward member, Councillor Bull. And as per the report, the application is recommended for approval. Just some housekeeping to start. So since the publication of the report, we have sent out a late paper which clarifies the status of the Barningham Neighbourhood Plan. So the draft submission consultation ended yesterday, and the LPA will now be reviewing any comments on the document. The document does make reference to the site allocation. However, limited weight can be attached at this stage. In any event, the LPA do not consider the contents of the draft document to materially alter the discussions and conclusions within the officer report. Just some further housekeeping as well. So in conversation with the LPA's Development Obligations Officer, noting the area of off-site BNG, which again, I'll come on to a plan of this shortly. It's noted within the BNG assessment and within conditions 15, 16 and 17. The LPA is minded to remove securing the land from the 106 agreement. However, this has not yet been decided. This is essentially to ascertain whether the imposition of those conditions is sufficient enough to warrant omitting it from the 106, but in any event, the land would be secured. So the recommendation has been amended to reflect that. So essentially, the application would be recommended that planning permission is approved subject to the signing of that 106 agreement in the form as detailed within the report, or subject to the 106 with the BNG offsite being removed from the heads of terms. Just for further clarification, since the late paper and the officer report, we have received 3 further comments from local residents objecting to the application. I'll come on to a slide which summarises those, but essentially in that summary, no further material planning considerations have been raised that haven't been considered in the report. Onto the site itself. So this is an aerial view. So the red line showing the settlement boundary of Barningham. The site is on the eastern edge of Barningham. The pink hash lines show public rights of way, which we'll come on to shortly. But the allocation site is essentially an inverted L just on the edge of Barningham on the eastern side. And then just onto the site plan. So again, that red line highlighting the area itself. The red line is the entirety of the local plan allocation. We have the primary access point being considered. I have got some close-ups of the access.
Councillor Neil, because he's colourblind, so if you just take the laser.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, I'll just go around the site. So the red line goes southeast along the site, then southwest, then further northwest, and then northeast, before going back northwest and then along the north of the site. So we do have the primary access point central there. Again, I've got some close-ups of this, which shows approximately the first 30 metres of the access point. Again, just for context, we've got Lingwood Close, which is a development approved in 2013, which forms part of the consideration as well. I'll go through some photographs now. This from Hopton Road. So as standard, really, we've included a directional arrow on the right-hand side to show the viewpoint of the photo. So this from Hopton Road looking east. You can see that there's a 30 sign which has been topped over, but there is a 30 sign coming into the village, but you have got a national speed limit sign just in the background there. So for context, you've obviously got cars coming into the village slowing down as they enter into Hopton Road. Panning around, so we have some of the existing vegetation on the eastern boundary coming into view there. This area does form part of the consideration of the application, which again I'll come on to shortly. Just a wider view of that eastern boundary. And now looking towards the entrance of the site, so you can see the agricultural land just coming into view there, as well as some soft landscaping to the north of the site. Looking further southwest, so this is looking towards the main residential built-up area of Barningham. Coincidentally, the number 73 bus was coming past as I took the photo. That's pretty good timing. And just for clarification on that, the report and the travel plan, which again I'll come on to, references bus services 337 and 338. These have essentially been superseded by the 73 and 73A. So just for clarification, I wanted to note those. I think it was late 2024, early 2025 when that change happened. And just the last photograph from Hopton Road. This again, looking towards the entrance of the site and just from the edge of Sandy Lane South. I've just got a short video noting we didn't have a site visit for the application, just panning around in that general area. So again, looking towards the entrance. And then towards Barningham itself. Now some photographs from Lingwood Close. So again, this is an area, if I just use my laser pointer, just to the west of the allocated site. So this one, of course, looking east. You can see the landscaping area just in the background there. Again, looking further south into sort of wider countryside views. And then looking southwest towards some wider areas of residential development. And then lastly, just for context, really, looking at the dwellings of Lingwood Close, just for scale and general patterns of development. And then similarly, just a short video panning around Lingwood Close. So now looking into the main area of the allocation. And then to the western boundary. Just a slide now to talk generally about the presentation structure. So policies and principles to start with, access and highways matters with sustainable connections. We've got SANG, so suitable alternative natural green space, and then public open space, arboriculture and landscaping, ecology, and then biodiversity net gain, and then the section 106, and then a summary. So, as I've said, the site is allocated as part of the West Suffolk Local Plan. It is policy AP 42. So the site allocation allocates for around 37 homes. Allocations are typically expressed in these terms, so as to offer flexibility, and the number is neither a floor nor a cap. It is a guide to the general number of dwellings that a site can achieve, balancing the need to provide open space, SANG, so suitable alternative natural green space, which is triggered as part of this consideration as the number of dwellings exceeds 50. Again, I'll come on to that in shortly. Whilst, of course, the need to meet all of those within the allocation, for that to be acceptable, needs to illustrate sufficient capacity for those features, securing an efficient use of the land and satisfying all other development management requirements. So I'll keep this slide up for a little bit, but this is the wording of the allocation. So you've got an area of 2.6 hectares for around 37 homes. The policy requires any application to have sustainable travel connections to existing local destinations in accordance with policy LP 41, including the primary school to the west, nearby public rights of way, the countryside, and existing neighbouring developments. Of course, from the site plans we've seen, Lingwood Close being the most, the closest to the application site. The allocation also requires fully accessible informal and formal open space and play space, as well as green and blue infrastructure that will include strategic landscaping, including to screen the visual impacts of the development, sustainable drainage system features, and existing hedgerows and boundary features should be retained and enhanced by providing appropriate barriers and a new connecting hedgerow to the southeast. Hence why I've highlighted on the site photographs those features on the eastern boundary and the western. We also have general considerations for biodiversity, so mitigating recreational effects on the Breckland SPA and special area of conservation in accordance with SP 11. Again, I'll come on to this shortly, as well as archaeological considerations, again, which are addressed in the report. So just to focus on what's before us, so it is an outline planning application for means of main vehicular access from Hopton Road to be considered for that up to 60 figure. So that could be defined as the accessibility to and within the site for vehicle cycles and pedestrians in terms of the positioning and treatment of access and circulation routes and how these fit into the surrounding access network. As its means of access to be considered, all other details that are submitted are indicative. Again, I'll come on to those plans shortly, which show general parameters for SANG, open space and things like that. So the remaining access details, so those that would be within the site, for example, would come forward at the reserve matters stage as required by condition. Turning to the matter of access, so the one on the right is essentially a close-up of the plan I showed previously. So you've got the main site access from Hopton Road for that 30-metre stretch. You also have a width of 5.5 metres with 2-metre wide footways along Hopton Road on both sides, with a package of measures that encourage safety and accessibility to the sites for pedestrians. Within the submitted transport assessments and travel plans, there's also mention of upgrades to the bus stop on Church Road near the public house. And we've also got an indication of dropped curbs, which are tactile as well, to be provided along the site frontage, and then crossing over towards Sandy Lane South, and then again on the northern side of Hopton Road. But this is essentially to include connectivity on the northern end of the site to the wider western area of Barningham. Again, some drawings, quite a lot of colours on that one, but essentially something that's referred to in the transport assessment. So again, we've got a reference to slowing measures just on the eastern area of Hopton Road. So where we had the 30 sign, there's an indication of a provision of another one to of course encourage people to slow down as they enter the village. We've got those dropped curbs and tactile paving. We've also got, which isn't on this slide but is on another one, an indicative pedestrian connection from the site to Lingwood Close on the southwestern edge. And the submitted transport assessment essentially considers whether the site has capacity for the up to 60 dwellings figure. We've evidently gone out to Suffolk County Council Highways, who have reviewed the transport assessment and travel plan, and noting all the measures proposed within that plan and the bus services, the regularity of that, the predicted number of residents that may be using this site. They believe that the up to capacity is considered acceptable. Of course, there are other matters that would need to be determined at reserve matters stage, but for the purposes of main vehicular access and the capacity, the Highway Authority are not objecting to the proposal. So going on to one of the indicative layout plans. So again, just for clarity, this is not fixed, but this is more submitted to show that things like, vegetation, areas for suds, open space, etc., can be provided on the site and provided a general but not fixed parameter for where residential development and footpaths can be sited. So just because the key is a little bit small, you've got the proposed residential development in the sort of lighter brown area here. Of course, we've got an indication of a circular footpath with reference to Sang, with a connectivity to Lingwood Close. Have got wider areas within the blue line to the southeast for Sang and BNG, which are otherwise included in conditions 15, 16 and 17. Obviously, the main vehicular access to the north of the site, and then I think I've got another plan as well, but essentially shows that the policy requirements for Sang, public open space, etc., can be met on the site with the increased up to figure. Yeah, so just going on to another indicative plan. So this includes notably Sang. So Sang is the sort of the orange area on the boundary of the site, which goes around the edge, stopping before the attenuation basin to the northwest. SANG, as discussed in the report, and particularly with the circular walks, is to try and mitigate any adverse recreational impacts on the Breckland SPA and the SAC. So, of course, to encourage people to use the site rather than put pressure on those sites outside of the red line. The green infrastructure provided is the policy required 40%. Of course, final details would be submitted as part of the Reserve Matters application. However, this plan illustrates that the areas required to be policy compliant can be provided on site. So just to reiterate a point that's been raised, that it's an outline for an up to figure. If an unacceptable scheme is proposed at the Reserve Matters stage, which does not satisfy all of the policy requirements for SANG, etc., parking, acceptable design, then planning permission can be refused. Going on to arboricultural impacts. So some of the comments received from residents and the parish have noted concern about existing landscaping features, whether they'd be lost, and whether there's sufficient capacity for these to be enhanced. I've included an extract from the allocation on the right-hand side there. And as I sort of alluded to throughout the presentation, existing hedgerows and boundary features should be retained and enhanced by providing appropriate buffers. So this is an extract from the arboricultural impact assessment, and essentially shows that all of the trees and hedging, other than areas to the north for the access, are to be retained. Of course, we have a suite of conditions that would require the applicant or developer to submit a comprehensive soft landscaping scheme. And of course, if we believe, the LPA believes that it's contrary to the wording of the allocation, then it's obviously a conflict that weighs against the proposal. Again, this is an indicative plan that is essentially focusing on the surface water drainage scheme. So comments have been received regarding whether drainage is considered sufficient at the site, and the details before us are not final measures or plans, and would be subject to change at the Reserve Matters stage. But these have been provided at the request of the lead local flood authority to demonstrate that suitable drainage could be incorporated into the site. Condition 34 has been imposed, which would secure the submission of a comprehensive drainage scheme, and that condition is very lengthy as well, and direct in what it requires. There have been comments as well on the suggestion of a surface water pumping station and the noise associated with that, the appearance, etc. Again, it's an indicative plan, so we don't have any final elevations, details, etc. of what that would look like, where it would be located. But again, if there's any concerns from the LPA or otherwise at Reserve Matters stage, then that would be addressed at that stage as well. So let's say siting, for example, is considered unacceptable in consultation with the lead local flood authority, then revisions may need to be made at that stage. But this is an indicative plan to show that capacity for drainage can be achieved at the site for the capacity of up to 60 dwellings proposed. Again, I've alluded to SP11, the Breckland SPA and SAC, and to summarise, we've had a shadow habitats regulations assessment provided, which has been assessed by Place Services Ecology, our ecological consultant, and the measures identified within those statements and the conditions imposed and discussed within the report, including the SAM payment contribution, has been considered acceptable. We have the provision on site for suitable alternative natural green space, which is that circular walk, which we've included as well as the off-site contribution as well, with the aim of drawing some visitor pressure away from those areas. So to summarise really on the ecology, there's no objections in that regard. And yeah, so just to clarify again, BNG is obviously required to meet a 10% net gain, unless exempt, which this isn't. We do have a combination of on-site and off-site measures, which, subject to the resolution or the recommendation I'd alluded to at the start, the LPA is content with the measures proposed. And just to summarise on the conditions secured there, we've got ecological mitigation, which is condition 11, the construction environmental management plan, which is 12, enhancement strategy 13, and then lighting design for biodiversity 14 as well. So we've received 13 total neighbour objections now, and that is in the entirety up to date. And of course, a parish council objection, which is included in its entirety in the report. I've summarised some of the concerns raised there. So scale of the development, of course, that increased number from the local plan allocation, potential character impact on the village, healthcare access, transport and highways impacts, including sustainable travel, and then noise, ecological, pedestrian routes and flooding. Again, I've touched on these as we've gone through the presentation. Of course, they're discussed in much more detail in the report as well. And then just to summarise, we've had no objections from any of the consultees raised subject to those conditions within the officer report. I just wanted to highlight there has been reference to doctor surgery capacity and with regards to Stanton surgery, for example, and we have received comments from Suffolk and North Essex Integrated Care Board, which do acknowledge, and this is in the report as well, that the proposed development will have an impact on these GP services within the area. And they have requested a financial contribution of just under £35,000, which will form part of the funding to absorb patient growth. And this has been incorporated into the Section 106 heads of terms. Again, this is, I think, twice in the officer report, but I'll just focus on some of the key points here that will be form part of the Section 106. I've tried to make these as bold as possible, but it's quite a long table. So affordable housing will need to be at least 40%. Public open space in line with our supporting planning documents. There's that NHS contribution there to improve surgery capacity. The SAM payment, we've got the B&G monitoring fee, off-site details, which again will clarify with the recommendation. And then there's some requests from the Suffolk County Council regarding education and waste, for example. But these have all been agreed with the applicant in the heads of terms. Onto the planning summary. So I've included the Compulsory Purchase Act and paragraph 11 of the NPPF that essentially states that planning permission should be granted to schemes that accord with an up-to-date development plan. The application evidently proposes a higher number than that which forms part of the allocation. However, the proposal is an up to figure. If any of the reserve matters elements are considered to be unacceptable to warrant a refusal of that application, then the LPA can reasonably refuse that permission. So, providing that the scheme can demonstrate compliance with design principles and environmental standards, an up to 60 dwelling capacity is considered to be acceptable. So just to finalise the recommendation, it's essentially that planning permission should be approved subject to the 106 agreement and conditions, or subject to the 106 with the omission of the off-site B&G requirement. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Connor. Right, we've got registered public speakers as follows. We've got Councillor Jan Chalmers, who's the Chair of Barningham Parish Council. We've got Councillor Carol Bull, who is a member of our committee. And we've got Peter Hildrup, you're the agent for the applicant. Okay, in that order then, Councillor Chalmers, you've got 3 minutes. Yes, just press your button. Yep, you're on.
Thank you. Barningham accepts the need for development as illustrated in our neighbourhood plan. The development plan published by you identifies this site for around 37 homes. The site remains the same, so it is difficult to understand how an increase to 60 is suddenly acceptable. The proposed density for this development is 37 houses per hectare, whilst Lingwood Close, the most recent development and adjoining, is only 27. This proposal is suggesting putting 3 times the number of houses in an area twice the size. We strongly disagree with the officer's view that this uplift to 60 dwellings can be supported without detriment to the character of Barningham. A development of this density on the edge of the village is completely out of character, giving a much more urban feel to the entrance to the village. We are particularly concerned about land outside of the allocated site boundary being used as sang. This is not right. It is meant to be within the allocated site as identified on the policies map. The report says a higher quantum can satisfactorily be accommodated whilst maintaining strong compliance with policy AP42. But the developer is using additional land outside that allocated. This clearly shows that the allocated site is not suitable for the size of development. All of the reasons for the uplift to 60 dwellings are about meeting national policy requirements. There is no rationale for it, and there is certainly no reference to meeting the needs of the village and its residents. The ICB states local GP practices do not have capacity for the additional growth resulting from this development, exemplified by a local resident who phoned at 8 a.m, was number 27 in the queue, and when it was her turn, there were no appointments left. The travel plan is considered acceptable, citing opportunities for frequent travel by bus weekdays and weekends. In reality, there are 2 buses out in the morning, 3 back Monday to Friday with nothing at the weekend. Barningham is not against development, but it needs to be right for the village. It feels that this is being done to us, and the sizable increase for the benefit of the local authority meeting its targets rather than for the benefit of Barningham. Is the idea of working collaboratively through local plans no longer valued? Do the allocations in the local plan have no meaning? There is so much more to maintaining strong, well-functioning communities than maximising land potential. This is not the right development for Barningham. I urge the committee to respect the views of the residents and refuse this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Jan. Councillor Ball, please, as ward member.
Before I start, I'd just like to say that Connor was very lucky to see a bus. They're an endangered species in this village. Thank you. I'm pleased to have this opportunity to speak as the ward member on behalf of the residents and Parish Council of Barningham in relation to this planning application and to put across their views. Barningham has spent several years putting together a neighbourhood plan. Residents have been consulted and involved throughout the process, and it was submitted to the council at the beginning of January this year. The formal village consultation came to an end yesterday, and hopefully it will come to council very soon for approval. A considerable amount of time was spent by the neighbourhood plan group on the question of further housing need and development in the village. It was agreed that there was a need, and a number of possible sites were identified and residents were consulted. There were then further discussions with the local plan officers, and the site now under consideration was finally agreed by all to be the right option. As the site adjoins Lingwood Close, they were keen to ensure that this area was not dominated by too much housing, and with this in mind, a development of 37 houses was considered appropriate. Officers preparing the local plan originally proposed 50, but after discussions included the lower figure of around 37. You can understand, therefore, the Parish Council's disappointment and concern when this application came forward for up to 60 houses, which by no stretch of the imagination is around 37. It is an increase of over 43%. Taking Lingwood into account, this would be an 18% increase in village housing overall. This is a huge amount for such a small village to absorb and risks changing its identity and character. Para 92 of the report actually recognises that the development will be an urbanisation of the area and does not accord with the character of the village at all. The Parish Council have numerous other concerns, so you will see in para 27 on pages through to 46. I won't list them all, but would draw your attention especially to the comments about the public transport, which Janice has already mentioned to you. In addition, these services were in danger of being cut earlier in the year, but thanks to the work of the Save Our Buses campaigners, which includes the Barningham Chair, they have been retained, but only until the end of this year, and further funding will have to be found from somewhere for them to continue after that. On the question of the SANG parameter plan, in the report it's said to be for illustrative purposes at this stage. It appears, though, that some of the space will be outside the local plan site in order to accommodate this increase to 60 houses. The Parish Council question whether this is policy compliant. Finally, it is felt that the neighbourhood plan is so close to being made that it should be given more weight and not dismissed.
Carol, I'm very sorry to interrupt.
One sentence.
Put your finger up, it works.
They stressed that they would welcome a development of around 37 houses, but 60 is a step too far and would be detrimental to the village and community. First time I've overrun.
That's okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. We turn to you, Peter, on behalf of the applicant. You are the agent. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members. This planning application before you would provide much needed family homes in a sustainable location. Your professional officers have provided a very thorough committee report with a clear recommendation to grant planning permission for the proposed scheme. As set out in the committee report, this site is allocated for residential development under policy AP42 of the West Suffolk Local Plan, adopted last year. The proposals would deliver up to 60 new homes adjacent to the village of Barningham. Of these, up to 24 new homes would be affordable housing, which would be a substantial benefit of the development and transformational for future residents. The principle of residential development on this site is established given its allocation in the local plan. The proposed scheme would make efficient use of land in accordance with the National Planning Policy Framework, whilst delivering all the local policy objectives of the recently adopted local plan. Wain Estates have worked closely with officers at West Suffolk and Suffolk County Council and specialist consultees including Natural England, Place Services, County Highways and the lead local flood authority, who have all raised no objection to the planning application. The government's objective is to significantly boost the supply of new housing, and this proposal would help the council to achieve this, as well as provide a range of significant economic and social benefits, including the following: up to 60 new family homes, including 40% affordable housing, which could be delivered within the next 5 years at a time when the country is in a national housing crisis. Financial contributions totalling over £750,000 towards local services, including education, healthcare, waste and biodiversity monitoring. Highway improvement works, including a traffic calming scheme on Hobson Road and the upgrading of the existing bus stops on Church Road. At least 40% green infrastructure, including a circular walking route and a new play area for new and existing residents to enjoy. Economic benefits, including the creation of new construction jobs, expenditure from new residents, supporting local services, and additional council tax receipts from the new properties. The proposal is therefore an opportunity to deliver family homes on this allocated housing site and to help address West Suffolk Council's adopted housing requirement in a sustainable manner. The benefits of the proposal would significantly outweigh any perceived impacts of the scheme. We respectfully request that this planning application is approved in accordance with your officer's professional recommendation to grant planning permission. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much indeed, Peter. Thank you to the public speakers. We can move straight into the committee debate. Councillor Neil, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be very, very brief on this. We started with 37 and we've ended up with 60. It's a pity that there's no limitation on growth. It's more noticeable in the villages where the growth as a percentage represents the amount of houses that are there at the moment. I agree that the SANG should be within the development, and as far as I'm concerned, it's an overdevelopment of a site. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Neil. Councillor Thorndyke, please.
Thank you, Chair. I notice the proposal on page 77 is outline planning permission, outline planning application, means of main vehicle access for up to 60 dwellings. Now, I spent 5 years on the local plan, working through on that, and the thing we were told, there was a local plan that needed to be in place to avoid speculative development. Now, from 37 to 60, I would suggest that we are looking at speculative development and the hopes that the developer can get that figure taken through. I do worry about that aspect. We're told about the public transport. Again, the chair of the parish council has come up and said there are no services on Saturday and Sunday, but in the papers, it tells us there are. The bus service was changed some 2 years back and altered. And as we were told, it is 2 out and 3 in every day. If you want to go to the doctors in Stanton on the bus, because we flag up Stanton as being a local service centre, but no consultation with Stanton, but we flag it up, you will leave on the second bus of the day from Barningham. You will have 4¼ hours to get to the doctors, get back and catch the bus home again. Hardly a bus service, I would suggest. Yes, talking of the doctors in Stanton, many members will recall the recent Bloors application in Stanton for 500 and odd residents to use that doctors. But the health people, as it says in the papers in here, there is no capacity. There is an allocation of money from Bloors. There will be an allocation of money from this. But what is the money going to be spent on? Because the doctor's surgery in Stanton has less than 10 parking spaces, no room to expand anywhere. It has an extension on the building already, and that replaced the porter cabin that was there. There is no room to build any more. You cannot go up another floor because the foundations won't take the extra. So what is this money going to... We now got best part of 100,000 between two developments to be spent on improving the doctors. What is the money going to be spent on? There is absolutely nothing there that you can do on that site. It needs a new site. And of course, 100,000 doesn't go anywhere near the provision of a new site. So, buses, they don't exist. I must congratulate the case officer on getting a picture of a bus in Barningham. That must have been carefully timed to do that. As I say, 2 out, 3 in per day. And the last one comes back, I think, at 7 o'clock from Bury. So they're spread far and wide through the day. No good. The doctors in Stanton, and indeed, this flags up the services in Stanton, but nobody has checked them out. Nobody knows whether there's capacity or not, and particularly the doctors, there isn't. NHS say there isn't. I accept that, but I want to know what they're going to spend the money on to improve the services in Stanton for the doctors to support this thing. The other thing, of course, is with the bus being what it is, everybody from Barningham is going to come by car, and we already have a huge parking problem in Stanton. So the whole thing is a nightmare, quite frankly, and how we can say we can change from 37 to 60, up to 37, or around 37, up to 60, nightmare. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thorndyke. Councillor London, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Again, thoughts not in a order of importance. First of all, I'm wondering, we're going to have on this circular route around the site a footpath that's going to go right past the bottom of Lingwood. I'm wondering if there is a possibility for pedestrian connection there. Obviously, we wouldn't want any kind of vehicular connection, but in terms of active travel, that seems like the kind of thing we'd want to look at. We've got condition 40. Prior to first occupation, all dwellings with off-street parking shall be provided with an operational electric charge point at reasonably and practically accessible locations. Very good, very nice. One issue with this, which is in other areas, what we've seen is that the provision of off-street parking for owner-occupied houses is at a significantly higher level than for social housing. The reason why this is a problem is because people who are living in social housing, statistically speaking, tend to be users of mobility vehicles, things like that. And I know, for example, that there are some forms of wheelchair accessible vehicle that are now only available as electric vehicles, not as internal combustion engine vehicles. And in other developments, we're getting an issue where the very people that need to be able to charge their vehicle, their house doesn't allow it. So I'd like to ensure that we have, I'm sure the MPPF has something in there about equivalence between social and owner-occupied houses that I think will be applicable to that. I know the answer to this one, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Is there any way we can approve this at the level of 37, up to 37 houses? I know the answer, but it's worth asking. Public open space. Another issue that I've seen in other developments is that the public open space is not technically public open space. It is private land, which is then given permissive rights for people to walk over. What that does mean is that the paths are not required to be built to an adoptable standard because they're never going to be adopted. That means that the paths are in certain other areas quite rubbish, frankly. And I'm wondering if there's anything we can do to condition to make sure that the public open space will be built to a suitable standard. Condition 42, just to note, I'm very, very happy to note that you've included the wording for the connection of the footpaths to the local network. And then finally, another issue that I've seen in some developments recently is that we are having an incredibly delayed adoption of the roads by the Highways Authority, and that there is no timetable that is defined for the adoption of the roads. And I'm wondering if that's something that would be amenable to in this application. Thank you.
Would you be kind enough just, because I was whispering in Penny's ear about a technical matter, by the way, could you just repeat your last point, please?
Oh, yes, of course. So in another development I'm aware of, the adoption of the roads by the Highways Authority is being delayed, and there is apparently no condition requiring the developer to expedite that. And after 10 years, the roads are still not being adopted. I'm wondering whether this would be the correct point to introduce wording that would stop that from happening on this site.
Thank you, Councillor London. Okay, again, adopting the principle this morning, we're going to take it in bite-sized chunks. So can I ask officers to respond to questions that have been raised so far?
Yes, I'll do my best, but if I've forgotten anything, just nudge me. I think there was general points made by Councillor Thorndike about the surgery capacity and you know the financial contributions required. I think, as we've acknowledged in the report, the surgery is at overcapacity. We obviously consult with the ICB on what they consider suitable mitigation measures, and essentially the feedback what we've got with that financial contribution is that is to help contribute to increased capacity for those services. Now, of course, we don't have feedback on what that increased capacity necessarily is, but they're the governing board that helps us as planners understand what may be required for a development, you know, commensurate with the scale of development and the increased capacity. Then going on to Councillor London's points, again, there was a few there, so if I've missed anything, let me know. The indicative plan and the planning statements from the applicant do show a pedestrian connection to Lingwood Close, not a vehicular one. I think you've alluded to, there's a condition in there that essentially secures that. So again, we don't have exact details of what that will look like, but we are securing that connection through. The application before us states up to 60, so we can't then scale it down to the around 37. We're considering what's before us. Of course, it's up to members to give weight to the matters before you. Again, public open space, I couldn't find the condition in the reports, but essentially West Suffolk Council has their own guidance about what public open space should be, and it refers to predicted densities of developments and where it should be located, things like that, and essentially everything that the applicant has provided and referred to and at reserve matters will need to refer to that guidance. So similar to where I was talking about if something isn't policy compliant at reserve matters, so for example, public open space being unsuitably located, for example, then that is obviously a material consideration that weighs against the proposal, and that's something we can look at that stage. With regards to I think this is the last point, the primary access point, we don't have a specific, specific comments about whether the access will be adopted by County Highways. The indication is from the applicant that it will be, but I think Penny may touch on this as well, but we can't necessarily secure that at outline stage, and as it's, the rest of the access will be considered at reserve matters.
Yeah, just to expand on the point in terms of adoption and timing of roads coming forward to adoption, we can't, as a local planning authority, actually compel a developer to even put roads forward for adoption. So therefore it follows that we can't equally give them a timescale for having them adopted. We can ensure that roads are provided in a timely manner to serve the dwellings before they are occupied. Those conditions, because access is reserved, the delivery of the internal access and all of those elements that are otherwise reserved would be dealt with at that time, and so any suitable conditions would be attached to reserved matters consent. Just to pick up on your point regarding affordable housing, the issues that they have in relation to charging, and that might not be charging cars, it might even be their mobility vehicles. We do have a condition that deals with the affordable housing scheme, so which has to be submitted with a reserve matter. So whilst the 106 deals with the quantum, the percentage of affordable housing, other matters that relate to the affordable housing, such as the mix and how they're distributed and whether they're accessible, they are dealt with in an affordable housing scheme. So if members were minded to go with the recommendation, I could suggest that we add a further bullet point to condition 7 that specifically refers to detail of how affordable charging facilities for affordable housing would be dealt with.
Thank you, Penny. Thank you, Connor. Anyone want to come back on questions? Any gaps? Just before we move on, Councillor Dickers, sorry that you had to leave, but we understand. But I think our legal beagle would like to make a comment. I'm sorry, yes.
I know you're well aware, Councillor Dicker, but just for the benefit for those in the public gallery, because Councillor Dicker has had to leave the room, he will not be able to take part in the debate or in the vote for this item.
Thank you very much indeed, Claire. Right, we move on with the committee discussion and debate. Councillor David Smith, please.
Thanks, Chair. Just, in theory, I'd be happy with an uplift because it means more affordable housing, and we're always told that young people and families are being priced out of villages. So the more affordable housing, obviously, is the better, but the uplift does seem rather excessive. I was just wondering around the methodology of working out how many dwellings can fit on a particular site. To go from 37 to 60, are we talking about blocks of flats? Because that's, to build upwards, you get a lot more dwellings even than 60. So just wondered. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor David Smith. Councillor Carol Bull, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of quick questions, actually. I would like some clarification on the SANGS situation, because I'm a bit unclear about that. And also, I notice in the S106 money, there's a significant amount that the County Council require for early years. Is there a suggestion there's going to be something on site, or is that something you can answer? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bull. Councillor Holder, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Bit of clarity, really. We had at overview and scrutiny several weeks ago a presentation about the new numbers required by West Suffolk District Council. Does this new number apply to the current local plan, which technically was signed off, but obviously hasn't been because the government has stepped in and said you've got to provide 56% more houses in your local plan, the 41 local plan. I'd like clarity. So is the developer using this as an excuse to up his numbers by mathematically, if my primary school maths was anything to go by, an increase of 23 on 37 is 62% on a few percentage points, which is massive. Now, are they developers and landowners who've actually had their land approved already for development up to certain numbers which were mentioned to the local parish councils and town councils suddenly going to find those allocations upped by this sort of amount? Because it's extraordinary, quite frankly. You know, people say there should be need, and we need the need provided. You know, build it and they will come, I suppose, is probably true. But the fact is that all the people of Barningham and the parish council are expecting around 37, not around 60 houses to be built. And looking at the plan, it's compromised every single section of it, probably the size of the buildings, the size of the gardens. And the Sang is, as being commented, is built outside the red line. So how do we protect that Sang? You know, it's not on the land that we're supposed to be considering. So the Sang is important to any development nowadays, and the biodiversity and the swales that have to be provided for flood relief. And this one seems incredibly contrived to get what the developer wants. And I'm afraid to say it's been facilitated by our officer. So some food for thought, and I'd like some answers. Thank you.
Yeah, it might be a little harsh, your comment about the officer, because officers are obviously put in a difficult situation sometimes. So just, I'm sure you know that. Councillor Chester, please.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Holders touched to some degree on my point. I'm concerned about the legality of the map on page 137. It's already been discussed that the fact the area known as Sang, or part of the area known as Sang, is still outside that boundary. Does that negate the legality of this map? And another point being, if an area of the Sang is outside that boundary, does that land qualify for use, or does it need change of use from its present designation to part of the Sang? I'm not quite sure how this works legally. I'll be happy to take officer's advice. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chester. Councillor Glossop, please.
Do I press it?
No.
I'm tired now. I just wanted to know, because we're talking about the Sang, when we were looking at the site in the last local plan, so was the Sang within the site? So therefore, that if that's now gone out of the site, is that why they're now saying they can do 60 houses on the high site instead of 37? And how did we come up with 37 in the last local plan? It all seems a little bit muddled. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Glossop. Councillor Miller-Jones, please.
Thank you. Yeah, I had a question about the sustainability statement, because in policies SP1 and LP1, it talks about how proposals need to consider renewable technologies, including solar panels and heat pumps. And in the sustainability statement that we have it's page 102, section 113, it says that the strategy anticipates incorporating low carbon heating via air source heat pumps and potential photovoltaic panels. And that just seems a bit wishy-washy, and almost like they're saying, well, we might, we'll think about it. And I just wondered if we could sort of get some clarity, or perhaps something a bit stronger in there. And then, the other thing was about the density, about how it's a lot more dense. It's mentioned that obviously Lingwood Close, it says, is 27 per hectare, and this is 37. And it says that the higher density doesn't compromise amenity, but I just wonder how that can be the case, and what is the sort of deal with sort of gardens, because obviously that's a very important thing for mental health. So I'd just like to clarify that, because also to me, this does just seem too dense and too much of an uplift, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miller-Jones. Back to Connor and Penny.
Okay, right. So I think the first question I have is from Councillor Smith regarding the density and the rationale there. I think it's touched in the report that, you know, the density is, compared to other residential development, higher than what's being considered. And I think what is the planning balance in the information that's been submitted to officers is that as it's primary access only, and a lot of the matters will be so density, specific layout for dwelling scale, for example, are reserved matters, that as the other elements of the allocation in principle could be satisfied, that the density in this location could be accommodated. Appreciate that, you know, a lot of those matters, as Councillor Miller-Jones has sort of alluded to, we don't necessarily have that before us because they are elements that would be considered at the reserve matters stage. But that's the rationale between the density. And like I said, the local plan, the wording of the allocations allows for flexibility. Again, appreciate people's thoughts on the percentage increase in the numbers, of course, and you know, just to reiterate my point, it is an up to figure. So again, if any elements that are considered so unacceptable at reserve matter stage that would warrant a refusal, then we obviously have the chance at that stage to refuse planning permission. Quite a few comments on SANG, so I'll try and do these all in one breath, hopefully. So I can't find the policy at the moment, but essentially there's a policy that for schemes of over 50 dwellings, then the specific requirements for SANG are then triggered. So the allocation for around 37 doesn't necessarily trigger that requirement. There's nothing to preclude a scheme coming in for a combination of SANG on-site and off-site. So hence why some of the SANG provided, albeit indicative, is included within the blue line. We have got a suite of conditions, I think they're 18 and 19, which again have trigger points, requirements, etc. for the SANG on-site and off-site. Off-site is explicitly mentioned in the wording of those conditions as well. So from our perspective, as I sort of alluded to in my presentation, we are satisfied that any measures and, you know, specific designs, etc. for the SANG can be provided at a reserve matters stage. Just trying to think, so I mentioned that. Yes, so the early years provision and the request for a financial contribution from Suffolk County Council, the allocation doesn't state that anything needs to be provided on site for a school, for example. It's in anticipation for the number of residents and the accommodating the capacity in that regard. Just going through the PV. I was just seeing if there was another SANG one, but and then Councillor Miller-Jones again talking about the sustainability statement. Again, I've sort of touched on this, but a lot of the design layout, etc., would be at reserve matters stage. The submission from the applicant and planning agent is obviously an indication that they're looking to do that. Of course, a lot of the measures that, solar panels, for example, can now be otherwise considered as part of building regulations. So again, any wider design layout considerations, etc., would be at the reserve matters stage. But of course, we don't have those before us currently, similarly to design and amenity. I think that's it. Yeah, you can, yeah.
Just to then touch on Councillor Holder's points and questions with regard to the new housing numbers. So our current local plan is based on the previous housing numbers, and that is our current development plan against which we assess our planning applications. We also obviously have to look to the national planning policy. Now, the new number will inform our new local plan. That said, the evidential sort of need for housing is a matter that we have to consider, and national policy does ask us, in considering schemes, to consider that and the benefits that would bring, and we have to look to make the most efficient use of land. So as part, we can't preclude people from coming forward for more on their sites if they think they can achieve that, and we have to then assess that. Now, I can't speak to other sites across the district, nor could I speak to any speculative sites that come in, but each of those would be assessed by the officers as they come to us. In this case, we've looked at the criteria in the allocation, and we've also considered that this is an up to figure, and your officers are comfortable that that up to figure allows us to, and at later stages in the reserved matters, to consider whether or not any scheme that's put forward does also meet our other policy requirements. So things like design, amenity, impact on any of those landscape features. Now, the lower figure in the local plan would have inevitably, I'd imagine, been predicated on a lower density. And it may be, and in fact, I think Connor alludes to this in the report, this may see a slightly higher density, well, a higher density. I think 37 dwellings per hectare is what's referenced in the report. We would still need to ensure that that is an acceptable form of development, but it's an assessment that officers have made at this stage and feel that that up to figure provides us sufficient comfort. Members may take a different view on that, but that's for you to judge today and to understand whether or not you feel that is an acceptable increase. In terms of SANG, just briefly to add to Connor's point and Councillor Chester's question about how that happens when it's off-site, we would secure the SANG, whether or not there needed to be any further consents or change of use or permissions, if there was any operational development, that would be a separate thing that would follow, similar to the way in which we secured off-site SANG for Bury West. For those of you who are familiar with that site that recently went to a public inquiry, in that instance they secured SANG off-site via condition, and then that will need to be brought forward to serve that development in the longer term. So from a sort of legal standpoint and procedurally, it is something that we are able to do. Members have to judge whether or not they feel that's an appropriate way to develop this site.
Thank you, Penny. Thank you, Connor. Anyone who asked a question? Any further clarification of those points? No? Okay, we'll move on. Councillor Mildmay White, please.
Thank you, Chairman. It does seem to me that most of us are concerned about this increase, which does seem pretty large to most of us. The SANG would be triggered by 50 houses. So it would seem to me that you could have 50 houses on this site possibly, and the SANG within the site. When the SANG is off-site, is it public open space, or is it, I'm a bit confused when it's off-site like that, and who actually maintains it? Does it become public property? Is it maintained by the parish council, or is it just nod to a few bits of planting and, let it get on with it? Well, so if I could just have the answer to that, thank you.
Yes, we'll wrap that up in the questions at the end of this round. Councillor London, please.
Thank you, Chair. I have to admit, I'm really concerned about the precedent of deciding that things that are required to make a development acceptable being provided off-site rather than on-site, and by moving them off-site, increasing the number of houses. We could continue down that line. We could decide to move the SUDs off-site and put more houses on. We could decide to move maybe green space off-site and put more houses on. And I am strongly opposed to that. I think that we have to look at the application in the local plan for the site allocation, which was for this site. This is not actually an allocation, a planning application for that site. It's for that site and additional land. And that site and additional land is producing further housing. So that additional land outside of the local plan is the requirement for the additional houses. So that's effectively additional houses provided because of land outside of the local plan. And I cannot, in my own mind, square that as being policy compliant. I'm strongly leaning towards rejecting this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed, Councillor London. Councillor Thorndyke, please.
Thank you, Chair. The case officer said he didn't know what the money for the doctor's allocation was to be spent on. In the undated submission from NHS, it tells you you require another 9.46 metres of floor space, and it is going to cost you 34,600. So it's quite clear that they are allocating the money for floor space in the surgery. No? I think it is. The other point is the outline nature of this thing. I don't know how many times over the last 20 plus years I have heard it said when it comes to detail, nay, nowadays reserved matters. Well, you agreed it in outline, so there it is. You're stuck with it. And we have exactly the same situation here today. I'm sorry, but if we agree to this in outline, it's going to come back and haunt us because we are going to have no way of turning it down at later stages. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Thorndike. I've got Councillor Bull again, please.
Sorry.
And by the way, before you start, I'm still looking for a proposal as well. So.
Okay. I must agree with Councillor London about the Sang situation. It seems to me we should be looking at them together, because if this was approved, then you've got to do something about the Sang, and that isn't. It just is so messy. It also strikes me that being a practical person, that if we were to approve this at 60 on the basis that when it comes under reserved matters, we could argue that point. We're essentially saying we believe that's too many. Is that not saving everybody more wasted time and wasted money bringing forward a thing that we're saying could well be rejected? So I would like to propose refusal, please.
Back on specific reasons in a moment. I just want to see if there's a seconder for that proposal. Councillor Holder. Would you like to talk again at this point, or?
No, I think you've heard enough from me today.
Let the minutes show. Councillor Bull. So we need reasons for being in the refusal territory when it's been approved by the officer. Just your mic, please. Yeah.
I'm so used to not pressing the button. I think it's overdevelopment and concern about the Sang. It's a bit iffy. I'm sure that can be phrased slightly better.
Councillor Holder, okay with that? Do you want to add anything to it? That Councillor Bull will have to agree to, of course.
Well, I was going to mention that we did see slides of the neighbours in the close, and I doubt very much whether this development with the density will be sympathetic to it whatsoever. But I'm sure that's not a planning matter. But I thought it should be mentioned.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Right, no one currently waiting to speak. Are there any matters that we need to? Yes, officers would like to come back.
Yeah, I guess at this point I'll just turn members' attention to condition 18, which is concerning the Sang, and that has been obviously worded to be made available for public use prior to the first occupation in general accordance with those parameters on that plan that we saw. It includes some measures there that would need to be considered, including initial aftercare and long-term maintenance. And then, I think you've got condition 19 as well, which follows on from that. So just clarification really on the wording of the Sang. And again, appreciate what everyone said about Sang being on site. And as Penny's alluded to with the Berry application, there's nothing to necessarily preclude Sang being off-site. Of course, the blue line is within the applicant's wider ownership, is directly adjacent to the site and includes a footpath as well into the red line. So yeah, just more for context really. I think that's it. I think that was everything, wasn't it? Yeah.
Two things. I'd like Penny Answer just to clarify what she understands as being the reasons for refusal. And the second one is to comment on whether this, again, would be treated with our decision-making protocol or not. So, Penny, over to you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'll deal with the latter of those first, I think. So in this instance, whilst there is an allocation, as members will have noted and as come forward in the debate, it is different to the allocation. It's different in terms of the number of dwellings and that use of SANG adjacent to it. So I don't think I would need to use the Minded to protocol in this case. I would just like to clarify with Councillor Bull, please, in terms of the reasons for refusal. And I have also articulated some points that relate to what Councillor Holder was saying and that come out of the debate. So, but I do need you to clarify one element for me. So what I've captured so far is that it's an overdevelopment of the site that's not accordance with the allocation at an increased density that would be out of character with Barningham and the adjoining development. So that reflects your points about the overdevelopment nature, but also the point regarding the character that was noted in terms of looking to Lingwood Close, which is a lower density of development. And that would relate to the allocation policy, but also LP9, which talks about character. The point that I just would like you to articulate for me is in relation to the SANG and sort of what the nature of the reason for refusal is in relation to that, it being outside. You know, because as Connor said, there's nothing to preclude that coming forward as an additional piece of land, is it? So if that would just be helpful to me, if you could elaborate on that for me, please.
Microphone, please. Yeah.
Sorry. That it's being used to increase the allocation on that land. There may be circumstances where it's absolutely necessary to do that, but this isn't necessary if it goes back to the original allocation.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's it.
So would it adequately capture that, I think, if we included into that description that it's an overdevelopment of the site that uses land outside the allocation area and results in a higher density of development that would also be out of character with Barningham and the adjoining development? Would that capture that for you?
Much better, thank you.
A little bit iffy. I liked that. It's a bit iffy.
We like it.
We want to go home.
Having reminded you to put your microphone on, could you just pop it off? Thanks very much. Honestly, I know, and we've still got two to go. Okay, without further ado, it's been recommended for refusal by Councillor Ball and seconded by Councillor Holder for the rationale and reasons which Penny has just articulated wonderfully. That's contrary to the officer's recommendation of approval. Could I see a show in hands in favour of refusal, please? Yes, that's it. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. So that appears to be unanimous. The motion is carried and the application is refused.
Thank you, Claire. Thank you very much indeed. Right. We move on to, and thank you, by the way. Yes, you're no longer needed. Oh, sorry, a comfort break. No, it's all right. Okay, well, I'll give you more than that. Well, when Right.
He would be first anyway.
Oh, yes, he is.
He is first.
Yes, he is. Of course he is, yeah. Okay, members. Ed has joined us. This is the West Suffolk Council Depot application, Olding Road, Bury St Edmunds. Ed, over to you.
Good afternoon, Chair, members. So this application is for West Suffolk Council Depot. It's for part demolition and change of use to a leisure use with associated infrastructure, parking and landscaping. It's presented before us today because it's an application made by and on behalf of the council. You may remember at committee in February we had a demolition notice where it was resolved that prior approval wasn't required. This allowed the demolition work to begin, which I'm sure most of you have probably noted by now. The building itself is within the settlement boundary for Bury. It's within Western Way General Employment Area. It's also within Flood Zone 1 and in an area that has a level of known contamination due to the previous use of a site. As you can see here, it also includes for the demolition, albeit the vast majority of it is already done underneath the demolition notice. You can see the red is the area to be demolished and the darker area to be retained. Policy SB23 concerns general and rural employment areas and states that these should be protected from employment uses. Evidence in the employment land review suggests some of these employment areas have opportunities for further development and intensification use, and particularly the occupational redevelopment of vacant premises and land will be encouraged. As you can see the elevations here. And I have some photographs as the building was. Good majority of it is missing now. Side elevation. And the side you can see from West Suffolk House. So I shall take you on to the actual planning issues. More specifically, policy SP23 concerns Western Way. It now excludes storage and distribution uses since the adoption of the new local plan. And it allows for other alternative uses such as leisure, education, health, public facilities and service uses. The site has been marketed for over a year whilst it isn't an actual requirement of the policy. Policy LP20 provides that proposals for new leisure and cultural facilities will be supported where they're well associated to defined settlements, public transport, respond well to the character of the area and provide vehicle access, and on-site vehicle parking is therefore considered that the proposal aligns with the objectives of SB23P in terms of use and policy LP20. With regards to scale, layout and design, the National Panel and Policy Framework and Policy SP4 require that all new developments must create and contribute to a high quality and sustainable environment. Policy LP1 states that builders must evidence that they can meet sustainable design and construction. The proposed refurbishment works obviously include HUP for the demolition of a building and the change of use with no new structures being provided, which means that the overall scale of the building will be vastly decreased. This is currently a very large, or was a very large dominant building. The claddings, materials, windows and doors are all designed to comply with the U values as specified within Building Regs Part L. Conservation of fuel power. It's considered that with these changes, alterations to the fenestration and the cladding, it will vastly improve the appearance of what was a very utilitarian building of very little architectural merit. and provide a modern leisure facility which vastly increases the public benefit. With regard to residential amenity, as previously mentioned, there is properties to the southern side of the site on Newmarket Road. They're separated by the very large staff car park and the road. You've West Suffolk House to the northern side of the site, the leisure centre to the east, separated by Beaton's Way, and the skate park to the west. It's not considered there being any adverse impact on residential amenity, with public health and housing officers content with the external and lighting details subject to condition. The area is currently predominantly hard standing, so there's not going to be the loss of any trees or important landscape features, and new soft landscaping is proposed. Moving on to highways, Suffolk Park and Standards offers a certain level of flexibility in terms of vehicular numbers with regard to parking spaces. This is dependent on the nature of the use, the scale, and the location. Whilst it is acknowledged that the site would provide slightly lower in terms of parking than is required, Class ED would require one parking space per 10 square metres, equating to 365 spaces. A total of 280 spaces are provided as part of the proposal. However, it's considered to be in a sustainable location. It also provides a new shared cycle and pedestrian link which runs along the north of the site here, and also provides the provision of ties into existing shared cycle and footpath routes here to Beaton's Way and here leading into the site, where also we have a dropped curb going across the road into the cycle pedestrian way on the opposite side of Western Way. Also, there's a car park immediately adjacent to the site, which is used for West Suffolk House. However, it's considered that the times of peak demand of these two wouldn't coincide, and Suffolk County Council Highways have raised no objections. With regard to biodiversity net gain, the soft landscaping is proposed to be delivered within the site and will exceed the 10% as required. With regard to ecology, just a slight note to change there. I just mentioned that the majority of the roof had gone at the time of writing this report. Having walked past it today, the roof has actually completely gone. The only species of note were seagulls, and the preliminary ecology appraisal mitigation measures were that no works was to take place in bird nesting season, which was required by condition. This work would already appear to have been done before nesting season has started. The ecology officer was content with this, subject to condition. With regards to sustainability measures, policy LP1, the proposal provides the provision of solar panels on the southwest and northwestern roof slopes. The cladding doors, windows all comply with Part L of building regs. The application is for a change of use and refurbishment, not a new build, so BREEAM isn't applicable in this instance. Whilst it's only a shell development, it's considered reasonable to attach a condition to ensure a scheme of a provision of implementation of water, energy and resource efficiency measures. Officers are content with a 15% availability of EV charging spaces for vehicles and require details of a ducting by condition. And here comes the verbal update. With regard to contamination, the report noted that we didn't have the final results. They arrived this morning. And and I'm pleased to inform you that our contaminated land officer is happy with the results, and he can confirm that risk to contamination has been removed and the contamination plume has dissipated. Therefore, he suggests attaching a condition just for unexpected contamination, should they come across any, with regards to flood risk and drainage. An upgraded surface water drainage system is proposed, and the site will discharge into the Anglian water drainage at the same rate as it currently does, because it isn't a new build. The Floods and Water Authority are content with this, subject conditions. So, in conclusion, the principle and detail of development is considered acceptable and in compliance with relevant development plan policies and provisions of the NPPF. It is recommended, this is an alteration to the report as well, recommended that the Development Control Committee approve planning permission, subject to the conditions set out at the end of the report and the addition of an unexpected contamination condition. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed, Ed. We've got two registered speakers. Councillor Richard O'Driscoll, who is here with us, and I think you've got time to present to the committee and then leave. And then Ian Albert from West Suffolk Council, the applicant. So, Richard, you've got 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon to the committee. I can see you've had a long day. So I'm here in my capacity as ward member for the Minden neighbourhood in Bury St Edmunds, and I'm here to speak in favour of the application. This is a large site. Unfortunately, it's been vacant for some time and has become pretty shabby and an eyesore. My fellow ward member, Councillor Higgins, and I have long taken the view that we would like to see a development here that would be both recreational and in particular something of social value for our residents. In my view, this application facilitates such a development, and we know that there is a demonstrable demand for recreational activity. I'm fully supportive of the application and to Bury St Edmunds as a whole and to the whole of the district. I would encourage members to support the application, and I'm pleased to see it come forward because it's been a long wait. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Richard. Ian, you've got 3 minutes as the applicant. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Good afternoon, members. My name is Ian Albert. I work within the strategic property team here at West Suffolk. Thank you to the officers for the thorough report, which captures the planning process and the aspects of the scheme. Following consultation with the planning case officer, the scheme has been amended, as described previously, to accommodate sustainable cycling and walking measures. The application also brings a vacant building back into productive use, improves the building fabric, hopefully, and delivers recreational community benefits that will benefit local residents. The proposal also includes sustainability measures, such as retaining part of the existing steel frame, creating an all-electric building, and installing a significant solar array to reduce reliance on the electric grid. Approving this application is an important step in delivering the site and unlocking these benefits. That's all from me. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. And may I just thank you both. It's always encouraging for a committee when a West Suffolk Council application is supported by officers and board members. So thank you very much for that. Right, over to the committee. We've got Councillor Neil, please.
Thank you, Chair. I propose we accept this approval, and I support that fully. It's bringing the facility back into use, and for all the reasons that's been stated from the ward member and the applicants themselves, I think it's got to be positive. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Neal. Before I open it up for a seconder, would you like to second it, Councillor Glossop? Okay. In that case, could I have a seconder, please? And I think it was Councillor Holder. And would you like to speak at this point, please?
Yeah, just briefly, I certainly second it. It's about time we did something with this old building. I'm glad to hear that we're going to put solar panels on parts of this roof. Just a point, because I noticed the guy going around this building, washing the windows and no doubt getting rid of the seagull mess. Are we taking any strides to make the roof seagull unfriendly? Would be a bonus. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much indeed, Councillor Holder. Now, Councillor Glossop. Thank you. No.
God, I want to go home.
Your microphone is now on. Don't touch anything.
I won't touch it again. I'm awfully sorry. All I want to ask about is the parking, because they're not supplying the numbers they ought to. So would we have people now trying to park here on this car parking, because this can be quite tight at times? That's all I'm worried about. Thank you. Now I press it.
No. Yes.
Turn yourself off.
Yeah, that's what I said.
I've got no other members indicating they wish to speak, so can we answer those questions? And then maybe we can go to the vote.
Okay, so with regards to Councillor Holder's question, I'm unaware of any measures to prevent seagulls on the roof of a building. That may be something that they wish to look at during the construction phase. I imagine that would be some very minor elements to stop them. With regard to Councillor Glossop's point about parking, yes, it is slightly below the required figures. However, through consultation with the Highways Authority, they are providing 280 spaces, which is a significant number. They're also providing a new shared cycle and footpath. Given the type of facility it is, it's highly likely that a lot of people may be arriving via foot or on cycles. We're also providing two new links into the existing shared cycle and footpaths on Beaton's Way, and linking up with the one on Western Way as well. With regard to demand as well, people coming into it in the evening, there's likely to be times when the Oldham Road car park is fairly empty. So it's not anticipated that people are going to be coming into this car park. I believe this is metered anyway, so you can only stay for a certain length of time. It would make sense to use the other car park. And the Highways Authority have been content with all of these measures taken together, that there'll be no impact and no additional pressure for on-road parking. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Glossop and Colin. Ian, do you know the answer to the question that Ian Holder, is there going to be any prevention for seagulls to, in a sense, occupy that space? Has that been thought about in the...
My understanding, it has been considered. My understanding is that the solar array, which is pretty much going to cover the entire roof, or the new reduced area roof, will in its fact also act as a deterrent.
Okay, thank you. Yes, thank you very much indeed. Right, no one else is indicating they wish to speak, so let's go straight to the proposal. It was proposed for approval by Councillor Neal and seconded by Councillor Holder, and that's in line with the officer's recommendation of approval. Can I see a show of hands in favour of that, please?
Thank you. That is unanimous. The motion is carried and the application is approved.
Thank you, Claire. Right. We reach the last application, which is number 8. And this is St Mary's Church. This is the one where I declared an interest in. So And Charlotte is the presenting case officer, and Charlotte, you can begin whenever you are ready.
Good afternoon, Chair and members. So this application is there's two applications, a full application and a listed building application for resurfacing works to the pathway along St Mary's Church. And the recommendation is for approval, subject to conditions. The applications are before Planning Committee because the applicant is West Suffolk Council. So here is the location plan. The application site is located within the Bury St Edmunds settlement boundary and the Bury St Edmunds Town Centre Conservation Area. The proposed resurfacing is located along the church's northern edge, spanning east to west on approximately half the length of the church. The pathway extends to St Margaret's Gate, which is over here, with its eastern edge abutting the existing great churchyard here. Leading to the remains of Chapel Charnel here. And it is a joint pedestrian and vehicle pathway. Abbey Gardens is located north of the pathway here. So the existing surface appears to be compacted gravel and hogging, which is a mix of clay, sand and gravel. It shows signs of wear with some loose aggregate patches of grass encroaching on the pathway, and it is uneven in places. The application proposes resurfacing works as part of the Abbey St Edmunds Reborn project to replace the existing gravel and hogging pathway with a new tar and chip surface course. A buff or natural aggregate will be selected to harmonise with the historic surroundings. Timber edging will be introduced to all adjacent planted verges and to provide a defined and sympathetic boundary. The proposal seeks to improve the connectivity and pathways into and out of the Abbey Gardens, forming a circular route to highlight the three churches within the conservation area. The pathway is located to the rear of St Mary's Church and retains the street scene within the conservation area. So it's just this blue bit here. So this is an example of the circular route which is proposed as detailed within the design and access statement. Highlighted in the red oval over here is the pathway to the rear of St Mary's Church, which is the reason for these applications. This is a section of the proposed materials for the resurfacing. And now here are some photos. This is a photo which is a view of the path looking towards St Mary's Church in the background here. And I've detailed on this map which way I was looking. This is a photo of the existing surface. As you can see, it is uneven, thin in parts, and has partial repairs. Again, I've detailed where I'm looking on this picture. And this is a view of the pathway looking towards St Margaret's Gate, which is here. So the Conservation Officer has no objections, Historic England have no objections, Suffolk County Council Archaeology had no objections subject to a written scheme of investigation condition, which the agent has now confirmed acceptance of this pre-commencement condition. Bury St Edmunds Town Council recommended approval and there was no comments received from the ward members. 16 neighbour letters were sent out. The site notice was posted on the site on the 14th of January 2026 and the press advert was published in the East Anglian Daily Times on the 16th of January 2026. There was no comments received and no letters of representation received. The application seeks planning permission and listed building consent to replace the existing gravel and hogging path behind St Mary's Church with a new tar and chip surface using a natural aggregate and timber edging to complement the historic setting. Conservation Officer, Historic England and Archaeology raised no objections subject to the archaeology condition of the written scheme of investigation. The works preserve the character of the conservation area and the setting of the Grade 1 listed church. The work proposal accords with key West Suffolk local plan policies SP4, SP8, LP9, LP12, LP35, LP37, LP38 and LP40, and the MPPF, with no harm identified to heritage assets, trees, biodiversity or residential amenity. Officers consider the scheme acceptable in principle and detail, forming part of the Abbey of St Edmund's Reborn project, and recommend approval for both the planning application and the listed building consent. Thank you for your time, Chair.
Thank you, Charlotte. And I just wanted to be clear. There's no public speakers on this particular issue, but we've got a listed building application and a planning application. So I'll have to get a proposer and a seconder for each one, and we'll vote independently. Okay, so we've not reached that stage yet, I'm sure. But Councillor Thorndyke, please.
As Chairman, I move approval of the 2035 full application.
Thank you, Councillor Thorndyke. Is that seconded, please? Councillor Bull. So that's the first one with a recommendation for approval. Councillor Marmain-White, you wanted to speak.
No, I want to move approval of the other application.
Oh, the listed building. Okay.
And yes, I shall be delighted. I walk it quite often, and my grandson fell off his little scooter when he hit a bump, so he'll be delighted too. Thank you.
And a seconder, please. Councillor Thorndyke. No one's indicating they wish to speak, so should I just take them in order? Okay. So Councillor Thorndyke has proposed approval in line with officer's recommendation on the planning application, and that was seconded by Councillor Bull. So could I see a show of hands in favour of the planning application, please? Yeah, just go on.
So that's unanimous, and the motion is carried, and the application for full planning permission is approved.
Thank you. I'll move on then to the listed building application proposed by Councillor Marmain-White and seconded by Councillor Thorndyke, in line with the officer's recommendation of approval. Could I see a show of hands in favour, please?
That is also unanimous. Motion is carried, and the application for listed building consent is approved.
Thank you, Claire. Thank you, Mayor. That's the end of the meeting. But Councillor Neil, just stick with me for 1 minute. I've got a couple of announcements.